for an escape into nature today. Behind the camera is Morgan. We are hoping and very excited, fingers crossed, to find the cheetahs. So this is their usual spot where they normally like to hang out, and unfortunately we found tracks going the other way, so we think they may have gone north. So if you missed our sunrise safari, we spent the morning looking for them in this area. A viewpoint is always a good place to have a look for movement. Unfortunately, none yet, but we are not giving up. We are going to keep looking and potentially move north and see if we can find them. But please do remember, this is a live and interactive experience, so it is great having you on the back with us. If you are watching this on our app or our website, you can register to ask questions or even let me know what you'd like to see today or anything you'd like me to chat about. However, if you're watching on YouTube, please remember to subscribe so we can notify you of all the other amazing content we have, so that you make sure you're not missing out on any special moments. It really is a pleasure escaping into nature, so I'm glad that you're here, and I don't want you to miss a thing. Ah, Nadia, it is beautiful, isn't it? Every day I'm still amazed. 3 weeks in, a week to go. I'm very sad, actually. It's gone by in a flash. But every day I'm blown away by the scenery here. And you can see why it would be such a fantastic viewpoint. I mean, looking out over the crests and the valleys like this, you can see all the way in the distance, that horizon, those mountains are still Amakhala. So there's a lot of place for us to explore. It also means there's a lot of place for the cheetahs to explore. It's a bit of a daunting task ahead, considering it's taken us 3 hours to get no further than we had in the first half hour. We have no further clue of where they might be, and that's why we're thinking. We've tried everywhere else. There have been other vehicles in the area as well trying to find them, and unfortunately for us, no luck yet. But nobody has checked the north. Not a single one of us has checked the north, so maybe that's the answer. So we're going to be heading back towards those mountains and then up to the left. Darcy Miller, thank you so much. We're going to need all the luck we can get today. We're really desperate to find them. If you didn't catch our sunset safari yesterday, the reason we're so desperate to find them and actually have a look at them is because in this area that we are looking out over at the moment, the cheetahs were here, the 3 young males, which are the 3 we're looking for today. The lions were here, the big male and the older lioness, and buffaloes right in the middle. And the cheetah actually started approaching towards the area of the lions. They got to within about 200 or 300 meters of the lions. Didn't notice the lions were there. Luckily, the lions didn't notice the cheetahs were there. But overnight is when lions get active, and so they probably would have picked up on the smell of the cheetahs and started following them. And we started watching the lions' movements, and they looked like they were almost trailing the cheetahs. So we know that natural competition between the predators means that they will try and eliminate each other. Lucky for us, the tracks we found this morning were definitely of 3 cheetahs. So we know that the 3 of them were alive when they made those tracks, and those tracks are quite fresh. We're thinking from early this morning. So luckily for us, at least we've got 3 sets of tracks to follow and not 2. So we know that they potentially didn't have an interaction, but they could have had an interaction at some point during the night, and we just want to check on their condition, make sure of where they are in relation to the lions now, and of course how they're looking. I don't think they would have had time to find a meal last night. I think they would have just tried to avoid the lions as best as they could, because the wind also changed when they started moving direction and moving around, and so they would have smelled the lions and then put foot to go to a different area, hopefully. The tracks suggest that that's what they did. But we are just going to have to wait and see, I suppose. Wear our patience pants until we can find the cheetahs and at least know what exactly is happening and where they are, how they're looking. But it was a nail-biting moment yesterday, because at one point we had the cheetahs, and in the background we had the lions. You could actually see them. They were within viewing distance of each other. And that is quite nerve-wracking. It is a very special window we get a glimpse into their lives, but nerve-wracking nonetheless. So we definitely want to make sure that we catch as much of that as we can. All of those interactions are priceless. They're very valuable for us to understand the bigger picture, but also to understand the smaller picture of each individual animal's life as well. Now, the temperature at the moment is down to below 20 degrees Celsius. Our maximum is set to be about 21, 22 degrees Celsius, so it's cold. It's a big change from the heat and then the intense rain. And I think the rain might have been a little bit better even, because at least with the rain it was consistent. It was a consistently low temperature, but still warm enough that we weren't freezing. What we've got at the moment is deceiving. It's very sunny, but the wind is icy. So anywhere that we're exposed to the wind, we are struggling. And the animals will be exactly the same. They'll be looking for a sunny spot that's sheltered from the wind, and that's what we're using today to try and find the cheetahs. It's really important to understand how the different animals behave in the different weather and climatic conditions. And today I have a feeling they're going to be cuddle puddling behind a bush, but in the sun, not in the shade. So that's why we're looking from viewpoints, because the gold color of their coats, even if they're lying flat, should hopefully point us in the right direction. We should be able to see it. If they do decide to take advantage and move, since they are diurnal animals, they are daily active, not nightly active, then we should hopefully be able to catch them moving as well from a distance. So especially somewhere like Amakhala, it's not the easiest to track animals because of the way that the soils are composed. A lot of it is incredibly hard clay, so it looks like rock. Luckily, after the rain, it's a bit easier, but it does also mean that then you might lose the tracks really easily. So a lot of the spotting we do of animals here, you've got a general area based on where you had tracks, and then you sit and you look out over the valleys, over the viewpoints, and you look for movement. You combine all your knowledge at a viewpoint and hope that you're going to spot them in the right place. In the north, that's a little bit more difficult, where we're planning on going, because it's two very big mountains, but there's not great viewpoints down into the valleys other than one or two spots. So initially, we're actually going to be looking for tracks. But hopefully, these cheetah brothers decide to show themselves sooner rather than later. For now, though, with this wind picking up, we will send you over to have a look at what the weather's doing across all of our locations this morning.
Well, good morning all, and once again, welcome to Okakuyo. Very interesting scene that is here. You are with myself, Alex, here in Okakuyo. And I wanted to just take a moment just to look at how that water level has dropped with the numbers of zebra that have been through. Of course, we've had one or two eddies, but the zebra is really doing the most at the moment. But what you can see is how far that water level has dropped. So if you look just to the right of that big camel thorn over there, you'll see where that green line kind of stops and then drops down. You'll notice that that obviously forms a circumference around the waterhole. And that was where the water line was around a week to 10 days ago. So quite fascinating to see how far it has dropped. But also, we do have one of the other favorite characters that is in area. The less it's spotted, Ralph Kirsten is here in Okakuyo at the moment. He does say good morning and welcome to you all as well. And also enjoying the zebra action, I'm told. Hopefully you'll also get in on some of the other stalks that have been here too. But a lovely day. And the zebra numbers starting to pick up. But interesting just to see that water line. Very cool to see. We're starting to get that zebra vocal too. So quite cool. I'll try to get a little closer for us. Interesting just seeing how the water line has kind of dropped. yeah, if you did miss it, you are here with myself, Alex. And as I said, Ralph Kirsten is also in the area, although we can't go live with him right now. But a fun start to the morning. Nonetheless, the zebra action definitely picking up. So quite cool. Let's see if we can't get a closer glimpse. I'm sure there'll be lots of springbok around. There have been a number of oryx and wildebeest around too, and we've slowly started to pick up on the numbers of elephant again. So perhaps that'll also be a theme. And if you did just pick up that audio, there was Ralph giving us a shout out. So hello to Ralph and his guests too. And no doubt an interesting and fun safari on their side. Nice to be on the ground, I'm sure. It looks like the Aberdeen stork's starting to come through as well. I'm sure we will get Cape Crow, a number of doves, hopefully some of the sandgrass. Lots going on. Hopefully some of the black-faced impala will also be here too. And there were some kudu, so it'll be nice to start seeing some of the kudu numbers again as well. And cool to see the diversity picking up, but of course it is drying out, and hopefully there is a bit more rain on the way for Okakuyo as well. So true, Grace. It really is an awesome thing to pick up on all that audio. I'm sure it'll pick up because the numbers, no doubt, will also pick up throughout the course of the day. Quite fascinating also to see how much of the grazing that was present also around a week, 10 days ago, has been consumed by everything that is around, all the different herbivores. Looks like some wildebeest off in the distance. But great just to pick up on the zebra coming through and, of course, the audio. So there are the sandgrass coming through in the Makwa sandgrass. Lovely audio, one of the favorites around here. I think probably in my top two, them and the Morning Dove. Really enjoy listening to them both. Both have quite a bubbly and melodic sound to them. There are the blacksmith lapwings too. And some of the weavers also starting to call. And there was a crimson-breasted shrike that actually just threw across the screen as well. Great to see that as well. Actually the first time I've seen one here. Definitely know they are in the area. Pretty birds. Probably a firm favorite in many's books. Obviously in the areas that they do occur. But quite a large distribution anyway. From here all the way basically across into northern Kruger. So rather cool. It does look like we're getting some of the Aberdeen storks. I'm not too sure how many of them we will see today. Of course, the numbers fluctuate day by day, and that might also be the case with the zebra. But it looks like the zebra are ever present, so I am expecting lots of action from them. We'll just have to see how that all unfolds. The Egyptian geese just starting to get vocal. Just behind the zebra is a jackal that's running through the frame. Black-faced impala also making their way down to the water. And it'll be interesting to see if the jackal spooks these storks. The springbok as well coming through on the left-hand side of them. And of course the ever-present sandgrouse. At least for now, there was some time that we didn't really hear or see them. But they are back in the area. And I'm sure tracking through with the zebra, also now taking advantage of this ever-present waterhole. So lovely scenes at the moment, lots going on. Zebra numbers starting to build. Of course, we've had the springbok, now these black-faced impala, and in the distance, there's blue gnu. So diversity in abundance right now. One jackal and lots of bird activity. It's actually awesome to sit back and watch everyone come through. More springbok coming down right now. Of course, different harems of zebra. I have mentioned it before, but zebra, there's a population of them. It does migrate eastward with the seasonal rains. Of course, the seasonal rains bringing an abundance of vegetation for them to consume, grasses in particular. But with it drying out at the moment, they have moved back into the area. Of course, if it does pick up again, I'm sure we might see some movement out. But for now, inundated with them. And rather spectacular to see zebras in their throngs like this. Really quite impressive. And probably one of the few places in this world where you will see zebra in numbers like this. So rather cool, lovely to pick up. And also lovely to pick up that temp spot that is now slowly moving just behind the Adams stalks at the moment. Bianca, and I think the most cacophonous is the zebra, at least for myself. That bray very, very indistinguishable, and when they are in numbers, the vocalizations really are quite cool. So for me, they definitely make the most racket. You'll hear them now, I'm sure. Of course, when impala also rut, a lot of noise that goes on with them, quite guttural, a lot of snorting. And if you've never heard it before, you probably would think it is a predator. It does spook a lot of people the first times they are in the bush, but they definitely also make a fair amount of noise. But I suppose if you take law of average, the zebra being the loudest and most vocal. And there you go. In the distance, some of the zebras starting to bray. It looks like that oryx has spooked one or two of the Adam storks. And it's quite cool when they are here in that big flock. You do get those lovely shadows that then play on the ground and the surface of the waterhole. Kind of looks like a big disco ball. So it'll be interesting to see how their numbers pick up throughout the day, if they pick up at all. But a lot of zebra action already. The Great Wall of Zebra being built at the moment. Lots of them starting to form up. Quite a cool formation when they do come in, and they have been wading rather deep into the waterhole. Of course, they do then churn up all the silt, and you notice the color change as well. So at the moment it's rather calm, and of course probably a bit more settled and clear. But as the zebras start to come through and mill about, and it definitely churns up all the silt, and you actually notice the color change. But here comes more Adam storks. So the numbers of them definitely building. Lovely oryx moving into frame right now as well. Looks like a damaged horn on this one. That or just a weird horn structure, with one pointing forward and the other pointing back. So we're still enjoying a very peaceful start here. Got lots of action already, lots going on. Nice just to listen to the zebra as well. And of course awesome to watch them approaching, and the Adam storks numbers starting to build as well, along with everything else that has come to join us. Good morning, Darcy. Thank you very much. I hope you did get Ralph's audio as well, saying hello to us all too. Zebra getting a bit spooked, but nice to have that oryx now wading into the water. So no doubt, I'm sure the zebra will probably start to come back. They are quite thirsty things. And, looks like someone giving them the spook. Here come more and more Adam storks. So I think this will probably be the theme today. It's quite fantastic watching this all unfold and having all this life around us. So Adam storks taking over from the zebra at the moment. The numbers really starting to grow. And the Egyptian geese also doing their most. But this is quite fascinating when they do get spooked and fly off. Perhaps that jackal's still about. I'm sure they will kind of do a turn and then come back down to join us at the waterhole. So this will be quite cool to watch. It is rather fantastic. You can actually hear the wings as they kind of fly past, that wind that they generate with the big numbers of them. Still some sandgrass around too. Quite a bit of dove audio too. And the Adam storks deciding to descend back upon us. So a little flyby and then getting right back to it. Assuming that rather imposing position. So lots going on here, no doubt. Lots more to follow throughout the course of the day. But it's time for us to head across to Charlotte and Kariega and say good morning to her.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Kariega Game Reserve with some zebra and with me, Trishala. I'm having a fantastic morning. It's another beautiful day out here in Kariega. But you probably can hear the wind has picked up just a little bit. So we're quite close to Scotia Dam. We're on those open plains all around the dam. And we've got a huge variety of animals in the area, which is fantastic. It's so lovely to see everybody coexisting. What I am particularly interested in, of course I love these zebras. They're absolutely beautiful. But there are about 5 yellow-billed kites that are hunting not very far from us, really, really close. And I'm just hoping that they will settle on the ground so that I can show them to you. Because as much as I love using the camera, my skills are not quite there to be following a bird through the sky, especially not a yellow-billed kite. But I'm hoping that they'll perch soon or rest on the ground, possibly with a kill, and then I can show them to you. Oh, look at that. We've got an ostrich come in. Isn't she beautiful? In an open area like this, so many different antelope can coexist because it's not a true grassland in the sense that it's not only grass and its relatives. There's also these patches of shrub and thicket. which means that those animals that are browsers, as well as those who are grazers and mixed feeders, can coexist quite happily with little competition in this area. Now, that ostrich looks like it had 2 heads or 3 heads at one point. But now we can see that it is a male and a female behind those zebra. So out here at the moment, I see some zebra and some ostrich. And way off on the other side, there's some eland as well, which of course we will have a look at. But let's talk about these animals' feeding behaviors first, and exactly why they're not competing and can coexist in this way. Zebras, bulk grazers, pure grazers. They're shaky. They're always eating grass, and they will follow good grasses and follow rains for that reason too. They're one of the animals that you would see during the Great Migration up in East Africa. They are compelled to follow the rain in search of greener pastures. Like all animals that are grazers, of course they're going to prefer the really nice, nutritious, soft, new shoots of grass. But they don't mind that much. They can eat really dry stuff. In fact, they've also been known to eat grass after bushfires even. Yes, obviously they would like the nice shoots after bushfires, but they have been known to eat the dry bits as well. Then the ostrich way in the back. They're looking for the tops of the grasses, the seeds, things like that. So the ostrich can feed and the zebra can feed. And both would be happy, because the ostrich is not really taking the blades of the grass like the zebra would. So everyone's pretty happy to coexist. I'm reminded of a strange example. For example, I don't like eating the fat on lamb. I did tell you this is a strange example. But James Henry does. And so we don't have to be in competition at the dinner table. And I distinctly remember a time when we divided up the parts that we like, so that he took my fat and I didn't have to deal with it. So it's a simpler thing. These animals can coexist happily because everyone gets what they want. Now I'm going to try to very gently move you over to have a look at some of the eland. There we go. Some beautiful eland. Hi Michelle, that's a really interesting question. You'd like to know, why do ostriches only have 2 toes while emus have 3 toes? I'm gonna go on the assumption that you know that emus have 3 toes, because I can't say that I've looked at an emu's toes too often, but I think that you're right. I've seen many an emu, but I'm not sure I paid attention very much as a child. But both are ratites, So that's a group of flightless birds, quite large flightless birds. So things like the extinct moa, emus, ostriches, ratites. Now the reason that an ostrich has 2 toes, obviously a few of them have been reduced. Remember that there's always 5 digits, it's just about which ones have been reduced for what purpose. In some animals, all 3 are reduced. Or some birds rather, like in the example of an ostrich. But the 2 very heavy set digits that they do have, and of course the sharp claws, give them the robust and sharp, give them the advantage of being able to run really fast with as little kind of, it's not exactly drag, but as little energy lost to friction. So the more surface area that they have hitting the ground, the more friction that there is. And so it could reduce their speed. So, but we must also remember that it's not as if this is an absolute fact. If you have fewer toes, you're going to run faster. It's not as if that's what happened. The emus knew that that's the case and then decided to reduce the toe. Instead, what happens is that somewhere along the line of their evolutionary lineage, a toe gets, or that third toe may have gotten a little bit reduced, and that animal was a little faster. So it's a trial and error kind of thing. There's some kind of mutation that reduces a toe, maybe adds a toe, who knows. But that ostrich with a bulkier toe, bulkier third toe at one point when that lineage may have had one, that ostrich might have been slower than the one with the reduced third toe. And then evolution acts on that species, or multiple points of evolution act on that species, and then that toe gets reduced, and because it's more efficient for running, and so they end up with 2 toes. I've been hearing some alarm calling. Because it always catches my attention. Sorry, I just got distracted there because there's definitely parts in my brain that hears impala alarm calling or baboon's alarm calling and wants to move immediately, because it's a great indication, especially if both of them are alarm calling, of a large predator. But I know that in this area there aren't any. So my brain just did a little bit of a like a twitch. So I got distracted there for a moment. I think I got a question from Julia. Julia, you'd like to know, in which habitat are you most likely to find eland? So eland are actually pretty adaptable, and that's because they will browse during the winter and then graze during the summer when there's lots of nutritious grasses. So that means that they're able to move around in quite a lot of different environments, but they are well adapted to more arid environments. They have really good physiology for the arid environments. But basically they're going to want a habitat that has a wide range of different types of materials. So they want an area that has browsing material, grass as well, and then flowering plants also. So but remember that they're also big and they have horns. So it's important to remember that if you're big and you have horns, you probably want to avoid areas where you can easily be cornered or stuck or hurt yourself as you're moving through. So they usually avoid dense bush or forests. So it's going to be in nice open areas like this, mixed habitats. So there's a scattering of these Albany thicket in this grassland. So basically savanna, woodland, those kinds of habitats where there's a mix.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Just waiting to see if any zebra conflict does start to occur. Obviously a number of stallions within the number of zebra that we do have here, and competition is rife with stallions. Always trying to increase their harems, of course increasing lineage then from there. So a fair amount of competition that goes on between the zebra stallions. It can get rather vicious. Lisa was telling me that she did have two fighting and one break its leg the other day. Of course, I'm not too sure what happened to that, but a broken leg in the wilderness is not a very good thing. And more than likely that zebra has probably succumbed by now. It does show you how strong and how violent they can be. Wildebeest bull slowly coming back around. Lovely to see. Egyptian geese going to have to be probably at their most aware with all this action. Of course, with the water level dropping like it has, there isn't far for them to practice that swimming, although I'm sure the goslings, the ducklings, however you want to look at it, probably getting ready to disperse. They found their own water holes, their own little bits of territory. Also, those numbers of the Abenstorks as well starting to build. A couple more springbok that have also made their way through. It's always fascinating watching these rather large birds come down to land. Just to notice the landing gear come out, those long legs stretching out and preparing to hit terra firma. It's always quite cool noticing the different things, obviously different traits, different animals. So zebra slowly starting to move off at the moment. No doubt there will be other harems that come through, possibly having to move a little further to get that adequate graze. They are bulk grazers, and that is because of that rudimentary stomach system that they do have, being hindgut fermenters. So I'm sure the amount of vegetation that has been consumed around the waterhole, slowly having to push off and move further and further away after drinking here. But I'm sure lots more of them to come. Lots of audio at the moment too. And there's one of the first wading springbok for the day too. So rather cool to see that as well. And of course, lots of the Abenstorks starting to land and take hold of that kind of seasonal territory that they have at the moment. Of course, if you have tuned in and have been listening to us for a number of days, you will know that Wild Earth is looking for unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings and encounters from our viewers. And that's to use across the different Wild Earth platforms. And in return, You can earn money, you can win prizes, and you may even see your name then in the Wild Earth TV shows in the credits. So if you are interested and you do have some fantastic sightings or encounters that you may have witnessed in the past, do go have a look on our website, click on the content creator and find out more. There's also a fair amount of dove action at the moment. You can pick up on quite a bit of dove audio too. Awesome just to hear the different sounds. But we've got another harem of zebra coming through to join us. And the springbok numbers starting to build quite nicely as well. Lots of action for us to enjoy. Hoping that we might get some kudu at some point. That will be quite nice to notice again. We did pick up the other afternoon. But it'll be nice to see them too. So Morgan across an MC wanting to know who will be the first to come through, either Kudu or Oryx. My money is probably on the Oryx. I've seen far more of them of late. But as I said, it would be great to see the Kudu again. Some really, really large bulls here. Massive horns. Of course, there's still quite a bit of vegetation for them to browse on at the moment. They will focus, obviously, their attentions on browsing. Less competitive and with all these grazers. The springbok too eat forbs and other shrubs. They also browse too. So they've got a very diverse diet. They even take some of the more succulent plants, even some of those kind of melons and the rest that could be found in your tubers as well. So lots going on. The zebra really pushing right through the water, churning up all that salt. It's time for us to say good morning to Andrew and Rian across the Madikwe and see what's going on there.
Good morning everybody. Welcome again to the Northwest Province. We are out in Madikwe Game Reserve. We're busy watching giraffe currently. And there's a few giraffe over here, which is quite nice. But this one is by far the best visual that we can get for now. Okay, we're just going to have a vehicle bypass us here. We are on one of the main paths over here. Morning again, my name's Andrew and I have Rian behind the camera. Yeah, we're going to be exploring sort of the northern parts of the Madikwe Game Reserve. We're hoping to maybe find cheetah this morning. So let's hold our thumbs together and see if we come right with that, yeah? Cheers, man. Okay, so brilliant. Good plan for the day. I like to go out with a plan, that's for sure. I think that's key. Let's see what this giraffe is up to. Look at that beautiful hill behind. Just listening to a few birds at the moment. There's the European bee-eaters that seem to call quite a bit on this road over here. And this morning when I woke up and stuck my head out my accommodation, I heard the brown-headed parrot, which is quite nice. And then we have seen the scaly-feathered finch on this road as well this morning. Oh, some zebra there too. I'm sure you can hear this bird clicking away here. That's the black-chested prinia. Morning, Kiara. You have heard true. That is quite correct. Not all plants are going to be doing this, but especially the thorn trees, so the Vachellias, which used to be previously known as the acacias, they are well known for containing a chemical called tannin. And what happens is, when a giraffe starts to feed off the plants, especially the thorn plants, the tree needs to find a way to protect itself. And so this is where the chemical defense comes in. And the plant will literally release tannins all the way up the plant, all the way to the leaves. So, the giraffe is loving the sweet taste and is overutilizing the plant. But now suddenly the taste is changing. It's becoming unpalatable. And a giraffe is likely to say, nah, let me rather go to the next bush that is a bit more sweeter, and then leave that bush that has been overutilized alone. But at the same time, there can also be pheromones that can be released by the tannin-releasing plants. Those pheromones travel with wind and can go to the next plant and warn them that, hey, be careful, there's overbrowsers around here. Push your tannin levels up now. So giraffes are very clever in the sense that they try not to annoy the trees. Kudu do the same thing, where they'll just nibble on a few leaves and then move on to the next plant, nibble on a few leaves, move on to the next plant. They don't stay with one plant fully, otherwise that plant's going to become annoyed, it's going to release tannin, and if it starts to release those pheromones and travels to the next plants, the entire area where that wind has gone can be unpalatable. So much like the giraffe did now, it moved from one bush to the next bush. Giraffe have also learnt about these pheromones or smells that the plants are releasing. And we do find that, say for example, the wind is breezing to a south direction, you'll find that giraffe will just feed up north, in a north direction. And any of those tannins that have formed, then it's going into an area that is not where they're not going. You see what I mean? It's a very clever tactic. In case you're wondering what tannin is, I'm sure some of you have had tannin at some point in your lives. We find tannin in tea and also in wine, which is that unpalatable taste. It's sort of, that bitter taste, if I can say. And it's very important that animals don't utilize too much tannin. And the reason for that is that it confuses their stomach that they're full. So the chemical makes the giraffe think that it's full, which is also a clever tactic from the plant, which will also help to push away the overbrowser, because the overbrowser thinks he's full or she's full. Now, giraffes, they do have a gland that secretes a lot of saliva, and we see often that sometimes when they're feeding on the plants that have got tannin, and maybe the plants are releasing that tannin, then this saliva gland is activated, and all this saliva is produced in their mouth and eventually starts to ribbon out the mouth. So imagine a translucent ribbon being meters and meters long. This is what we see with giraffe, and that is to wash out those tannins out of the mouth. Sometimes we see this translucent ribbon when a male has picked up the pheromones of a female in a condition to breed. Sometimes that saliva gland is activated. There we go, there's another giraffe that's just moved in there. There we go, just beautiful. Look at the leaves that this giraffe is eating. From one of the Vachellias. I'm not sure 100% which one it is, because they're quite difficult for me because I haven't seen some of them in such a long time. But this one in front of the giraffe does look like a blue thorn. It's also containing vast amount of tannin. Now, tannin is also quite an interesting substance for bushmen to use. Now, imagine the bushmen when they used to, make those skins for clothes. Now, the biggest problem with that is, you're taking a skin off an animal to put on your body, and if there's any meat and any sort of, still substance from that animal, then it's going to stink and smell terrible. So the leather needs to be cured. And the way they used to do it would be to take a pot, fill it with water, take some of the tannin from the plants and mix it in the water, and then they would collect a skin from an animal, and they would wash, well, firstly, they would remove all meat and fat off of that skin. Well, there wouldn't be fat because it's an antelope, but all meat and sinew must be removed. And then the skin needs to be washed with this tannin in the water. This cures the meat, cures the skin, and so when they put it on their body, it doesn't smell and rot and become quite unhealthy. I can hear some red-faced mouse birds calling. And the other day I saw the white-backed mouse bird. Look at it gently nibbling away. So they do go after the thorn trees, but make no mistake, they don't eat thorns. They're going to gently nibble around the thorns to get to those leaves. Now the inside of their front lips are well adapted for the thorny trees. And so it's like quite a thick piece of leather in the inside of their lip. Good morning, Darcy Miller. Thank you for your comment there. Thank you. Yeah, definitely will need some luck, that's no doubt. Cheetah is quite a difficult animal to spot. Now, most of the safari trucks have already gone back to camp. I'm sure as we speak, they're all having bacon and eggs. And so we are solo on the reserve for the most part. So we'll need to try and follow up there and see if we can't manage to find that cheetah. Ah, beautiful with the zebra photo bombing. Just looking at the distribution, I know we spoke about when I woke up this morning, I heard a parrot. I'm just looking at the distribution. I'm doubting very much now it's brown-headed parrots. I think what I heard this morning was actually Mayer's parrot. I haven't heard one of those in a lot of years. Okay, we're just going to have another vehicle that's going to bypass us here. Now we have got widespread cloud over the game reserve, so overcast, what we call, and that's throughout the game reserve now. Things are really cool today, and we're quite happy about that, because yesterday was really a scorcher of a day, and so the animals, they're going to enjoy that as well. And these giraffes just seem to be feeding and feeding and feeding, taking in the most of the availability of coolness, because when it gets hot, make no mistake, these animals do disappear into the thickets, and you battle to see them. Interesting kaleidoscope this giraffe has. You see the patches, those patterns in the patches, they're very unique with each individual giraffe. Okay, I think we might just push off. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Trishala, who's in my neck of the woods where I come from.
I am the happiest girl in the world. I found some elephants. You know, I could spend all day with elephants, honestly, all day. They're always doing something. They're always moving about, always curious. Always a few youngsters that are playing with each other or learning, imitating adults. It's just spectacular. They're so quiet and calm and relaxed. Right now the sun is shining, there's a light breeze, nice light cold breeze. The elephants all have their tails hanging low, flapping their ears every now and then, getting a little bit warm. The air is fresh, and the elephants are totally relaxed, just like me in their presence. Right now the wind isn't too bad for them. Normally if it gets really windy, they'll go into the thickets to try and get some cover. too bad for them just now. Right now you can see that the grass and those milkweed plants, the ones that are kind of sticking out of the grass, those ones you can see that they're blowing quite a bit. But the way that the elephants are positioned right now, the wind is blowing against the back, well, their backsides and the back of the ears especially. So that's going to help create a nice cool breeze exactly where they need it against those really large network of blood vessels behind the ear. So that's going to help them cool down quite nicely. So I would say that they're quite enjoying this weather. I also really like this perspective because the grass is really quite long here, and so a lot of their bodies is covered, including almost this entire little one there. Oh, hello little one. Popped up through the grass to say hello. Anyway, let me send you over to Tess in Amakhala. The wind here is getting a little bit hectic.
What a rare and special sighting to have at Kariga. That sounds amazing, Trish. You're bringing all the good luck. All of it. Please send some of it here so we can attempt to find our cheetahs. Please. We are with the herd of buffalo that we had very briefly this morning as they were waking up. They have now settled closer to where we had the cheetahs yesterday, actually. And it looks like with the wind picking up here as well, the buffaloes have decided the best place to be is basking in the sun, just relaxing, soaking it in. A chance to chew the cud, a chance to regain some energy, try and stay warm. And I suppose just appreciate all of the quiet around them. Now this is, I imagine, exactly what the cheetahs will be doing, but maybe just less of a buggle snuggle and more of a cuddle puddle. 3 cheetahs as opposed to, what, 30, 40 buffalo? Something like that. Now we observed some pretty interesting behavior just now from a pied crow interacting with these buffalo. So this morning there were some pied crows kind of overshadowing the herd. And we figured, they'll be following the herd, looking for anything that gets flushed out of the grass. Crows are very intelligent, but also love their red meat. And so they'll look for anything that follows the buffaloes or get flushed. But we had one come down and sit on a buffalo that was lying down. I've never seen that before. Very odd. And the buffalo tolerated it just fine. So maybe the buffaloes don't mind the birds. Maybe they think the birds are fine. Pretend cattle egrets in a pied crow. Totally fine with them. But unfortunately the crows have moved on. But I just thought it worth mentioning because it was very cool to see. The moment the birds that are on the buffaloes, there's a couple of oxpeckers, and then all around us we can hear some calls. Have a listen. So beautiful bird calls around us. I'm sorry, Morgan is making me laugh as usual.
You cannot blame me.
I could definitely blame you, Morgan.
I'm working. I'm not
Oh, goodness gracious me. Sorry, everyone. This weather warming up is making our giggles come out. Hello, buffaloes. Are you waking? Casey, you are 10 years old. Thank you so much for your question. There are definitely animals you won't find oxpeckers on. Of the herbivores, it'll be more specific to things like elephants, actually. So Trish, where she is with those elephants, won't be able to see any oxpeckers around. And that's because the blood network in the ears is really, really close to the skin. So the elephants don't like the oxpeckers to come there, because if they open a wound on the back of an elephant's ear, they can get access to fresh blood, and it won't heal very easily. And then they don't have to worry to eat ticks. They'll just irritate the elephant by hurting it and eating off of the open wounds on the back of its ears, which is very sensitive. But if you're looking at all the animals in total, you also won't find them on any of the predators, because obviously predators are scary. So the oxpeckers don't want to be on the predators, but the predators also don't tolerate them, because the oxpeckers act as an alarm system to tell all the other animals when there are predators around. So they would constantly give away the predator's location, even if they were trying their best not to be eaten at the same time. And then I've also never seen oxpeckers on waterbuck. We've chatted about this a bit, but we can't seem to find or recall in our brains anyway any time that we've seen oxpeckers on waterbuck, but we don't know why that is. It's a random observation that we kind of put two and two together probably less than a month ago, and weren't really sure why. And everyone we've asked, no one's really seen oxpeckers on waterbuck. So it might have something to do with the smell. They smell a bit funny, but it might also have something to do with the density of their coat. Their hair is very thick. Maybe ticks don't like them, or maybe oxpeckers can't get to the ticks even if the ticks do like them. But those will be the main animals you won't find oxpeckers on. All of the herbivores like the oxpeckers because they help get rid of those ticks. So impalas, blesbok, giraffe, zebra, wildebeest, they really like oxpeckers. I think it's warming up enough now that the buffaloes might consider getting some water. I like the variety of horns here. Everywhere you look, it's just a sea of slightly different colors of chocolate brown and black. Different shades, and then these horns everywhere. Some of them spiking straight up, the younger ones. Some of them with a beautiful deep curl on the horns, some of the older ones. Everything in between. Nope, settling down again. Just a few that got a bit antsy in the heat. Maybe they'll find another position to lie down and get comfortable. Oh, you do? Is it red or yellow billed?
This one facing us.
Oh, with the oxpecker on its head. That's amazing. It's sitting right on the top of its boss. Very comfortable perch for the oxpeckers when they're taking a break from feeding. They like to sit on top of a buffalo's head and sunbathe. They'll do this with rhinos and everything as well. Just sit and relax on the body. And it seems like that time when everyone is just going to be soaking up the heat for a bit, including us. It's been so cold. We're loving the sun. I could sit here all day just to stay nice and warm. Charlie, thank you so much. We really do have the best time together. Once one of us starts, then we just can't stop, and it becomes very contagious and it bubbles up, and then unfortunately any form of seriousness completely flies out the window. Morgan, you are always to blame. At least 99.999% of the time, Morgan is to blame. But we really do have a good time together. It's not true, you don't have a good time. That's fine, Morgan. I don't mind. You gotta have fun with these things, I think, especially because it's just us and we live together and we work together wherever we go. So, if you don't have fun, it might not be as amazing as it could be. Having good friends and having a good laugh brings the best out of every situation. But yes, Morgan, you're right. The Morgan in my ear. I've got 2 Morgans today. Oh my goodness. But anyway, Morgan is in my ear is reminding me there is literally no way to escape each other. So luckily we have a good time. But it is always fun because when you can have a good laugh in the bush and you can be silly but also be serious and still learn things, it's the best possible way to experience the bush.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic day.
Did you miss all? Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
I think these buffaloes are very happy that the lions decided to move on. I think the lions were distracted by the cheetahs. But the cheetahs nearly came for them. That wouldn't really be much of a threat. It would be more of a game for the buffaloes, but would have been interesting regardless because there are some little calves in this group. But we all know how dangerous buffaloes can be. They will take on lions and kill them. So imagine them with cheetahs. Oh, Tam's in perfect timing. You see, if the ambitious cheetahs joined the scene, we would have absolute chaos. Pandemonium. The buffaloes would see it as a game. Because even if they managed to get a calf down, these buffaloes would not take that very nicely. And so they would just come right back with a vengeance. And cheetahs are so much lighter than lions. They would just get tossed like marshmallows. Not the best idea for the cheetah boys. So I'm very happy that they thought better of their actions last night and turned around. If not, I was contemplating having to mentally smack their bottoms, because it's a silly decision to go after buffaloes. But they are really ambitious. They've gone for adult giraffes, they've gone for adult eland, adult zebra, baby eland, adult black wildebeest. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to go for the buffaloes. I'd be disappointed, but not surprised. That says a lot. Oh, the little calf is getting up. Hey, cutie. You are the one the cheetah's after. You better be careful. Nice and protected in the middle of the herd, but still a very vulnerable target. Still so small and fragile. Possibly going to cuddle somebody. We've only seen, I think, 3 little calves in this herd so far, so the rest of the females are still very much pregnant and probably about to pop. We were hoping for a live birth last night. Maybe that'll happen today. Wow, so many oxpeckers just came into that one buffalo bull. Can you hear them? They're incredibly vocal birds. Oh, they've stopped. You can just see the movement of them flitting around now. So obviously there's something about that one buffalo that they like, but in all seriousness, they're actually just really social birds. So if they find one oxpecker on a particular buffalo, they'll all go to the same buffalo and then move around. But if you have just joined us, welcome to a very peaceful buffalo scene here at Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. My name is Tess. Thank you for joining me in Escaping to Nature. Behind the camera is Morgan. And we've had a lovely morning. We're looking for cheetahs very unsuccessfully, but it's given us the chance to at least sit out and appreciate some buffaloes. But we have had an entertaining morning across the board with some elephants making a surprise visit in Kariga. We've also had a lot of zebras and very vocal zebras, which is even better at Okukuyo Waterhole with Alex. So it has been a lot of fun. Oh, and a surprise visit from Ralph at Okukuyo. He's there at the moment in Namibia, and he gave us a little shout out to say good morning. It's very cool. Hi, Ralph. We miss you. But he looks like he's having a great time. And now, here we are, looking for cheetahs and actually sitting with buffaloes and some oxpeckers. Interesting. But remember, this is live and interactive, so if you do have anything that you'd like to ask us and you're watching on the app or the website, you can register to ask us questions, let us know anything you'd like us to chat about, or even something you'd like to see, and we can try our best to find it for you. However, if you're watching on YouTube, remember to hit subscribe, and then we can at least remind you of all the cool things that you don't want to miss out on. But I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you for joining us on another beautiful day out in the African bush. Now, we've been chatting about the oxpeckers on these buffaloes. We've been chatting about the cheetahs potentially trying to be a little too brave. Aiming way too high, I think. It's cool to get the experience. Absolutely, they need it. But if they were to chase these buffaloes, they would get into a lot of trouble. The buffaloes would not tolerate any of that nonsense. They don't even tolerate it from lions. Why would they tolerate it from cheetahs? We've also had some great giggle fits from myself and Morgan this morning. We are, as usual, making each other laugh 24/7. Sometimes it's a struggle to keep a straight face. But we have also discussed that this is the best way to enjoy the bush, with good company and laughs. Now, I would love to see a secretary bird pop into the background. Or a bustard, a Corey bustard. Two beautiful big birds that we get in the area. And in fact, two that we've glimpsed this morning. We glimpsed the secretary birds from across the way, and then when we tried to get closer, they disappeared. And we glimpsed two bustards as well, but they also disappeared. How sad. But at least we got to glimpse them, so we know they're in the area, and we'll definitely keep coming back to look for them. Jerome, good morning. Thank you for joining us with Escape to Nature, and I hope you're enjoying the buffaloes. So across the board, the Cape buffalo species is the Cape buffalo species. So this is the same species you'll find throughout Africa, and they're all pretty much the same color. The one thing that does change coloration-wise is age will change the color of a buffalo, as well as sex. So the little calves, there was one standing just now, but there's a few mixed into this herd. The little calves are a beautiful, rich chocolate color, as though you've mixed a bit of chili into your milk chocolate while you're mixing it. And they're really fluffy as well. And this is so that they kind of blend in when they need to lie down and relax. They're not as dark as the adults, so they blend a little easier with the environment. And that's because buffalo calves are obviously a lot more vulnerable to predation than the adults are. As they start getting older, though, they start changing color. They start losing their baby fluff. And that beautiful, soft, short adult coat starts to come through. And it also changes to a much darker color. So the females are a little bit lighter than the males. So they go a mix of kind of chocolate and black. And then the males go pretty dark. They end up almost dark black. By the time they're about 5 years old, they should be the color that they will be for most of their lives. And then as they get older, they start to lose hair. So they start going gray. They start going a very patchy kind of coloration, especially around the face. And then, of course, the body starts to lose hair as well. And then you start seeing this grayish, drying out, crackly skin coming through, especially in old bulls. So that would be the color variation comes in. It doesn't really have much to do with the geographical location, because buffaloes are buffaloes across the board, at least here in Africa anyway. But if you compare this to something like maybe a water buffalo that you find in Asia, they look similar, but the colors might be a little different there. But definitely not to be confused. They are not the same thing. We do not have water buffaloes in Africa. Probably one of the most common requests I've had going out on safari with guests is they want to see water buffaloes and they want to see tigers. And unfortunately, we're on the wrong continent for both. But we do have Cape buffaloes, which are the most dangerous of the big five. That's not to be trifled with. And we have lions. Way cooler. flies that look like they're bothering them. Surprisingly, though, you'd think in this heat there would be a lot more movement for flies. Maybe they're just getting used to them a bit. But there's definitely still tails and ears flicking. A constant process of badgering flies being swatted away. Essentially, they're just trying to make sure those flies don't get anywhere sensitive. Flies go straight for the nostrils, the mouth, the eyes, anywhere that there's a bit of moisture, but also for open wounds, which are quite common on buffaloes. They tend to fight each other quite a bit, the males. And with those sharp horns, they can inflict quite a bit of damage. But also, being hunted by things like lions and other predators, that can often leave scars and scratches. So they just don't want any flies laying eggs or causing infection in any of their sensitive areas. And they would be hoping that things like fork-tailed drongos or rollers are following them around just to help with a bit of insect control that isn't ticks. Ticks are exclusively by the oxpeckers, and oxpeckers won't eat any of those little flies that are flying around, so they need different birds to be around them almost all the time. And I suppose that would include crows instead of cattle egrets here. This is just so peaceful. I really don't think the cheetahs are anywhere close by, otherwise there would have been buffaloes and cheetahs flying everywhere. But we're going to see if we can find any more tracks of those cheetahs, and we'll leave the buffaloes to their snooze. I'll send you over to Alex in Okukuyo to catch up with him.
Thanks, Tess. And literally inundated with Adam storks right now. The numbers of them swelling quite considerably. But good numbers of springbok that have also started to come through. Nice to have the wildebeest at the water. Of course, the zebra, ever present. It's quite fantastic just being able to watch these guys descend upon us. That flock growing by the second and really are taking over the majority of the waterhole. I'm going to zoom back out because it's always cool to get a perspective as to how many of them are here. And that'll really show you they are literally inundated. So very cool. Didn't expect to ever see something like this, specifically with them on the ground and actually just kind of taking it easy. A lot more preening than anything else. Normally you do see them flying about or otherwise coming back to roost in trees. So interesting behavior to note. Anyway, fantastic to see them in large numbers like this in Okukuyo. So very cool. Nice to just get an awesome perspective as to how many Adam storks are around. But let's get a little closer to the action and just enjoy as the really aerial acrobatics unfold. Adam storks coming through to land. Of course, the zebra wading right into the water. I actually want to see them as they land on this closest side to us, this bank. You notice how they are quite pied. If we were able to get in a bit closer, they've got a blue cheek, a bit of pink and red on them as well, a little bit of iridescence on those black wings too. So of course, if you have just tuned in, this is a live and interactive experience, and if you are watching this on our Apple website, you can register to ask questions or let me know about anything you would like to see or even chat about. If you are on YouTube, please do subscribe so that Wild Earth can notify you of all the other amazing content we do have, and be sure not to miss out on any of the action-packed moments that we have seen and do see. Nice to hear some of the Cape Crows too. As I was saying, quite awesome having these Adam storks landing quite close to us. There's a few of them drinking. I'm sure one or two of them picking up any grasshoppers that might be around. And nice just to have them coming down right in front of us, because you'll note how those legs kind of drop straight off. There you go, boom, landing on the ground. So quite cool. Here we go, another one. Awesome to see. So just enjoying some of those doves as well. Of course, more zebra coming through, and it's kind of like, it's like a zebra and Adam Stork's inventory, kind of sizing each other up. And I'm sure Adam Storks would lose the size battle. But it does kind of seem quite imposing with them. Very cool. Lovely to have all this action though. Anyway, lots going on, lots of audio just to sit back and listen to. And really just immerse ourselves with this experience right now. There's a couple of lapwings as well, milling about too. Of course, they are always in quite good numbers, probably more so than we see at the other water holes. It's nice to pick them up as well. One or two were nesting the other day as well. So still number of Adam Storks coming through to join us. Lots of zebra activity. One little foal also getting into the water there. It's time for us to see what the elephants are up to with Tshala and Kariga.
The elephants seem to be doing quite well. The majority of the herd is up on the kind of just the hill to my left, and they're slowly, or some of them at least, are slowly starting to come down to this dam. There's a troublemaker in this group that was giving me a bit of it didn't rev me or anything like that, just was very smelly, very dribbly, but also quite young. So when elephants are in must, but maybe it's the first or second time that they've ever been in must, they're probably, at least in my experience, are the ones that are most problematic, because they're not quite sure how to control themselves just yet. So he was a little bit erratic. It's not these three that we're looking at now. It's another guy that's just on the other end of the dam. Now you may hear some cars. And this is because these elephants are very, very close to the road. I guess they don't mind the sound at all. We have another guy approaching us. Mostly these look like bulls now, whereas the actual breeding herd may have already drank, or maybe they'll come down, which would be fantastic. This one's noticed the other bull coming. There he is. I love watching elephants make their way down or up inclines, because they can look quite awkward, and sometimes they look like they're about to just tumble down, but they somehow seem to keep control very well. Let's see how this guy makes it down. I hope that you can hear those splashing sounds. See that movement of the trunk? Back and forth, or sometimes they kind of swing it round and round. That usually happens when it's almost as if they're thinking. They're trying to figure out what to do next. Maybe he's thinking about how to get down. So this one here, this is the one who's been a little bit problematic with me. So I'm going to keep an eye on him while you guys watch here. Now, it's always important to be very, very careful around elephants, and always to remember that any animal is potentially dangerous, and you should always give them the respect that they deserve. Oh, Chloe, you say you're mesmerized by this beautiful scene. I'm so glad, because that's the power of elephants. You can sit with them for some time and truly be, like you say, mesmerized by their movements. Now, most of them are kind of moving, so we can't have a closer look, but when they stop, oh, we can try now. Look at that trunk in the air. That's, I smell something. I'm trying to get a better understanding of what it is that I've just smelled. Now they're stopping in this area because there is another vehicle around, so they're a little bit curious. So you might see some slightly awkward images. Alright, they've all moved up the bank now. So we're just gonna allow the other vehicle to pass. And then we can also move a little bit further up and then spend some time with those elephants up there. So it looked, like I said, like it was just the males that were coming down to have a drink. But now we're gonna go up and join the breeding herd. Beautiful landscape, and it's dotted by beautiful elephants. All right, let me move up and rejoin the herd, and I'm going to send you over to Alex.
So the zebra numbers slowly dissipating, more and more Appen storks coming through to land here and taking over more of the Okakuya waterhole right now. A couple of springbok taking advantage of the shade too, and a number of them also grazing about. One gemsbok, it seems, just to the back of the zebra, and it is indeed. So call back on the money. Could yet to show up, so we'll have to wait and see about that, but still quite fascinating watching as the storks come through and land around here. I have really enjoyed watching this the last few days, so again, always nice having different things going on and different memories being made, I suppose. So something spooked the zebra and these Adam storks, and they've kind of repositioned, taken over almost the southwestern bank of the waterhole right now. And that kind of impenetrable wall of birds starting to form once again. And it'll be interesting to see, because once other harems start to form, and that being the zebra harems, and start making their way down here, how they kind of part the stalks will be quite fascinating to watch. Okay, I'm going to try to get a little closer, enjoy some of the scenes of the springbok that are with us, and of course, now that the Adam storks seem to have settled a bit, we'll see how the approach of any other animal comes and how they manage to part them. A number of them drinking. There's the Egyptian geese as well in the dam, and the one dab chick. That very cool kind of shadow pattern as they also come back down to land, also fly about us. Still lots going on. Of course, as I said, very cool when the storks kind of move about, kind of do one quick lap, and you see all the shadows dancing across different areas. Yes, of these storks, definitely the biggest flock of Adam storks I've ever seen. Of course, the most numerous bird in Africa and the world is the quelea, and I've seen large flocks of them across the Mashatu in person. Millions of them that come down and land in the Croton and the fever berries there, along the different dry river courses. And when they do also that synchronized flying of theirs, it's rather impressive. Just hearing millions of wings beat kind of sounds almost like a little gale force wind that is brewing and coming down on you. So very interesting things to also see. But this is definitely the biggest flock of Adam storks I've ever seen. It's amazing how the springbok have been afforded just this one place to kind of get through and drink at the waterhole. There's a few that are trying to break it through on the western side of the waterhole right now. The stork's really not having any of it. It's staying quite stationary, staying put. That'll be interesting to see now. Once zebra numbers start to build again, I'm sure they will cut a straight line, straight through this big flock. Amazing how they've taken over here. It really is quite fascinating to see this. So we're still getting lovely zebra audio as well. A couple of them also a little bit argy-bargy with one another. And we'll just see that in the foreground. They still have one gemsbok. And it looks like the springbok have succeeded in breaking through the Adam stork wall on the western front. So for those of you that are veterans or are explorers and want to ask our Wild Earth veterans anything, and would like to tune in to the Ask Me Anything hosted by Lauren and Steve, join them at Juma on the 25th of February, and that's at 8 p.m. Central African time. Get your questions ready, and of course ask them anything you would like to ask. I think that would be this Saturday. So do tune in. It'll be a rather entertaining chat, I'm sure. Starbuck, you're so correct. They really are rather selfish. Although you could argue that the zebra have also been quite selfish in the last few days too, kind of dominating the water. But fantastic to see. So awesome when there's different things going on. And of course, the diversity of different sightings that we have been able to see here. So very cool. Nice to also see how this wildebeest bull has also been able to cut a path through the storks, getting spooked a little bit there. I think just quite overwhelmed by the number of them. Interesting to see. So still lots going on. It's awesome. They all are just kind of raining down on us at the moment. And awesome to actually have them so close because we can see them drinking now too. It's almost like they kind of take their place, kind of little conveyor belt once they have landed and shuffling to and from the water. So definitely putting off the other feathered friends and cousins, the Egyptian geese as well as that dab chick. But also quite fascinating because of all the zebra numbers, how much water has been consumed by everyone. So awesome scenes here, lots going on, no doubt. Lots will continue to go on throughout the course of today. We're back to Trish and the elephants in Kariega.
My elephants gave me a bit of a roadblock, but now they've moved off a little bit so we can actually have a look at them. These are the same bulls that were down at the waterhole a little bit earlier. But they're on the move, slowly following that breeding herd. So there's only two really, actually maybe just one big bull. The others are quite young. Oh, hi Charlene, you say what a busy morning. For you, for me, or for these elephants, Charlene? I say all of us. Certainly these elephants are having a very busy morning. Elephants always look busy, which is why they're some of the animals I most enjoy spending time with. but across all our locations it has been busy. So if you look around this elephant's feet, you can see that there are quite a few prickly pears growing. So he's going to try and avoid those. Can you see that? He just touched the one prickly pear as he moved off. Probably that, And remember that they have fine hairs along their body, but particularly at the end of the trunk as well. So that's going to help them to detect whether something is a little bit spiky before actually having to touch it with their trunks. And I think that's exactly what we saw. Oh, I see I have the most typical elephant image that we ever get to see, and that is off its bottom, slipping away into the shade and bush. Perfect. I feel I now understand the woes of a camop. This being one. Look at that, we have a tail. Hooray. Now we have one more guy who's busy chomping around just on the other side. Here's to hoping he doesn't move too much. Now, elephants will eat all kinds of vegetation. They will browse, they will eat fruit, they will eat bark, cambium, grass, and really it all depends on what's available at the time and what is most nutritious at the time. I sometimes feel like the back of an elephant looks very much like the front of an elephant. Like their tail looks like a trunk. The breeze is not so cool anymore like it was maybe 40 minutes ago. So we might see them flapping their ears a lot more often. I can hear very slightly, but I can hear it, him pull the grass, which is such a wonderful sound. For me, it's the sound of a relaxed elephant, because there's nothing else happening except some feeding. When they were quite close to me, I could hear it very loudly, but I could also see, so elephants will also do this thing where they false feed, and that's when they're very vigilant of what's happening around them, but they are almost pretending like they're feeding. So they'll break leaves or grass and put it into their mouth, but it almost just like falls straight out. And so that's something to look for. If an elephant looks like it's feeding, look carefully. especially if you're quite close and it's going to be vigilant of you and a little extra cautious. I'm going to try and get us a slightly closer look at this elephant. The sun is beating down now. You can also see that the bushes are swaying a little bit. Now, if it weren't for the sound of the cars in the background, I'd say that this is a very, very peaceful sight. But I'm going to keep on moving and try to catch up with the breeding herd where there may be a lot more calves and a lot more action. And I'm going to send you over to Amakhala.
Good luck keeping up with those ellies. What a cool sighting. On this side, we have caught up with a journey of giraffes, the last few zebras making their way out of the clearing, and a beautiful sheltered spot with no wind. Can you believe it? It's no wonder these animals are down here. It is glorious in the sun. And my personal favorite, not easy to notice until you see the movement, there's a tiny, 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 tiny baby giraffe. It's so cute. Look at the size of that thing. It's busy scratching. That is a seriously young giraffe. So little. Barely taller than the zebras. Ironic, definitely taller than me. And this little one is pretty comfortable in and amongst company, it seems. And just discovering the joys of scratching yourself on a branch. Oh, hello, little one. Look at that thing. Sadie, that's such perfect timing. Isn't this thing the cutest little baby ever? Hey, little baby. It hasn't quite decided what it thinks of us, although it hasn't moved away, but every now and then we're getting these little looks like, hello, what are you? I wouldn't be surprised if that still has part of an umbilical cord somewhere, because it's so small it still fits under mom's chest. Oh, that's adorable. Also, we're being stalked by some warthogs. I don't think they've noticed we're here. They're looking into the sun. And normally warthogs are so nervous. Oh, this is awesome. They're coming so close. We're trying not to move at all, not even breathing out loud. I think they're starting to notice something's not quite right. This is two young warthogs. They don't really have tusks yet, but they've still got those little white tufts on their faces that resemble tusks. It's just hair. And they're not very big. So I'm even more surprised that they are that relaxed if they're so young. They keep giving us the beady side eye. Maybe because we haven't moved in a while. Oh, they're looking at us and sniffing us. Oh, did you notice the movement? That's very special. It's not often we get warthogs coming closer. Wow. Not often we get to show you a warthog in the open in general. Not just at Amakhala, but across the board. That's amazing. Thanks, little waggedy tails. That was very cute. I think they're marching off to find some water or some mud wallows. Oh, and there's gemsbuck coming down the ridge. Well spotted, Morgan. So just as a quick reminder for everyone, we are looking for any unique, jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings from you, our viewers, to use across our Wild Earth platforms. And in return, you can earn money, win prizes, and even see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you'd like some more information, go to our website and click on Content Creator to find out more. And we're looking forward to seeing what you have to show us. Sounds like fun. Looks like the gemsbuck are only just waking up. They've been lying behind a thicket. Not often I get to show you gemsbuck either, so the combination of warthog and gemsbuck in one go is quite impressive. This is also called an oryx. I know Alex had quite a few of these at Okakuya waterhole this morning. An absolutely stunning animal. Some very impressive long horns and a beautiful long tail. Very striking coloration, black and white markings on the face and down the legs. And of course that beautiful, beautiful grey color. Oh, Valde Orca, that's an interesting question. We were discussing this a bit last week, whether you might get dwarf giraffes. Okay, so the baby is hiding, that's why you can't see it at the moment. But we have kind of chatted about dwarf giraffes a little bit last week, and I can't think of any instances where you find dwarf giraffes in the wild. So you find interesting other adaptations or mutations, actually. So things like albinism you'll find in giraffes. But I don't know. I can't think of a single one here that's been recorded in any of these areas. I've heard rumors about the odd sighting here and there, but to me, I don't think that dwarf giraffes would survive particularly well because they'd be an easier prey source for things like lions. So it is definitely possible to have dwarfism in giraffes, but I can't think of any instances off the top of my head. But it is possible. What happens a lot of the time when animals are born with any form of difference like that, they actually get abandoned by their moms and even by the families if it's a family group, because they know the chance of survival might be decreased quite drastically, and it might be more energy efficient to have a new calf instead of looking after one that might not make it or has increased odds of not making it. So it looks like everyone's coming down into the clearing. All the gemsbuck are waking up. The zebras are coming back and the giraffes are coming out. All together, I think this clearing is going to be very popular today. The nice thing about the area that we are in, and this is actually where we had the cheetah tracks earlier, The really nice thing about this area is that there's a beautiful mix of that thicket area where all the animals are at the moment, and then beautiful open area and water. There's a little water hole close by called Ngoni Pan, which means lion pan, because this is where the lions used to spend a lot of their time. And in fact, the lions weren't far from here last night. But this area is particularly fruitful for most of the grazing species in particular, and then quite a few browsers, giraffes, occasionally eland and kudu. And that's because it's sweet felt. It's nice and sweet grasses, very palatable, high in nutrition, and of course just yummy. It's a good area for everything. Oh, this is just so stunning. There are so many zebras here, easily 40 zebras. Wow. Zebras and giraffes, the perfect African combination. To see what it does. Hey, little one. Can you see if it has an umbilical cord still, Morgan? It's so tiny. I imagine it's very, very young. Definitely less than a month old because it's still so small. Yeah, a little bit. That's amazing. So literally A week to 2 weeks old, this little thing. That is incredible and already so calm. So we're going to see where they go. Maybe the giraffes will surprise us and come and drink water, but in the meantime, we'll send you back over to Trishala in Kariega.
Baby bums all round. There are plenty of baby bums here in this herd. I've managed to catch up with the breeding herd of elephants, so those are females and their offspring. And then down here there's an elephant playing on the ground. Sorry about that, guys. I got a little bit distracted, but all is good now. There's some elephants approaching from the side of me as well. There's nothing like a couple of elephants playing. Baby elephants are so playful, and it's so important for their development, and also very, very important for our entertainment, of course. I find that young elephants have no concept of personal space. These three are on top of each other next to one of their mums, who's just trying to feed. And in the whole kerfuffle, somebody's got to poop. So when we think about interpreting what animals are saying to each other, whether it's in their behavior or their vocalizations, it's such an interesting topic. And also, it's not something that we can know precisely because we don't speak their language. But we can definitely infer certain things based on what they do or show, or how they vocalize, and then what happens afterwards, or how other animals respond to it. And I wonder if you noticed just now that one of these little ones put its trunk over the top of the head of the other. So some researchers have suggested that that is an indication of wanting to play, basically an invite, saying, hey, come play with me. But obviously the one was just a little bit more interested or compelled to poop than to play. And there's this constant trade-off with young calves between the need to eat and the need to play. And I think it is utterly adorable, because one moment they're busy playing, and then the next, just in an instant, trunks are down and they're eating again. It's as if they were never playing. And then back up they get, running towards their mate, and they're playing again. I thought I'd just offer you that moment of peace since there was no wind and no sound of vehicles. Tonya, you were asking what bird that was calling earlier. It sounded like a southern boo-boo. It's interesting to note that different birds in different regions, even though the same species, have slightly different accents. So the tone might be a little bit different. Sometimes the timing is a little bit different. But that to me sounded like a southern boo-boo that was calling out doo-doot, doo-doot, waiting for its mate. Or at least a response from somebody. I'm very bad at bird calls, Tonya. I mean making them. So for me, my southern boo-boo is doot, doot, doo doo. Sounds like someone's answering the phone when the mate replies and says hello. There's just some other vehicles that are joining us now in this lovely, lovely sighting. That was quite loud, wasn't it? I do apologize, but there's plenty of elephants to go around so that everyone gets a chance to see them and spend some quality time with them. I'm just going to move us over to the other side. Oh, Penny! Penny, that is the best question I've heard since I've been here. Penny would like to know, can elephants even get stretch marks? My goodness. Yeah, little one, are you prone to stretch marks? No, Penny. The serious answer is no, they wouldn't be able to get stretch marks because in order to get stretch marks, you need to grow a little bit faster than your skin is able to catch up with. And elephants have such wrinkly skin, and they do from birth. And so I doubt that they would be able to actually get stretch marks at all. It's definitely not something I've noticed, but also remember that their skin is not exactly like ours. Our skin is rather delicate and ill-equipped for outdoor living. 100% of the time, that is. And so our skin is a little bit more delicate, unlike that of an elephant. Oh, stunning. Can you see this cow has a combination of soil and grass on top of her? That happens sometimes. They don't care too much about their appearance. And why should they? They're magnificent without any embellishments. Hi Alana, thank you for joining us. You would like to know if a baby elephant's skin stretches as it grows? well, it would have to some extent, but remember they've got like a lot of skin already. So you're not going to visibly see it stretch, and you're certainly not going to see an elephant with the wrinkles stretched out, because the skin is going to grow, continuously grow with them. So you're not going to see them, or an elephant with some parts of it very smooth as the skin catches up. Because for them, having wrinkly skin is very, very important, because the wrinkles are able to capture moisture and kind of keep it hidden between those folds to help them stay cooler for longer. Oh yes, fling that trunk around. I love when young elephants copy adults, and that's how many mammals learn. These two little ones whose trunks are kind of flinging all over the place, they're now throwing soil on top of them, and remember that that's going to be moist soil. It doesn't look exactly muddy at this time, but it's not very dry either, because you can see that's clumping as they throw it up. So initially it was the cow on the right, the one that's got the grass on top of her head. It was her who was doing it, and now these little ones are doing it too. And that's probably because their backs are getting scorched at the moment, much like my own. And so if they can toss some soil over their skin on the back, then they can create an additional barrier to the sun. And then if, like I said, that looks a little bit like it's moist, just a tad, they would dig and then get some cooler, more moist soil, throw that on top, and then you get not just a physical barrier to the sun, but also a little bit of moisture. Baby elephants, they take some time to get used to their trunk and to gain full control over it. Remember that there are thousands of muscles in that trunk. And by playing with each other and by flinging it around, copying adults, all those things help the babies to use and strengthen those muscles. Momo, absolutely. Momo says that what she loves about seeing baby elephants is seeing them run. So cute. It is so cute because it seems that they don't know how to just use their legs to run. They have to use their whole body, and almost looks like they're using their ears to balance out the somewhat clumsy movements of their legs. It's very, very cute, I must agree with you. There is an elephant spying on me in a bush quite close by. I'm just going to be keeping an eye on him. He's kind of hiding behind the bush in the shade, so that's always something you want to pay extra attention to, because you're not able to read his body language very well because he's hidden. This for me is my happy place. Spending some time with elephants. And I'm gonna allow you some of that peace and happy placeness as well, just as soon as I can hear that the wind is dying down and there aren't many vehicles close by, because then you can really enjoy the peace of just sitting with an animal. Yes, of course, happy placeness is most definitely a word. In the dictionary of Miss Naidu. It is now being added to the dictionary of MC as well. They're slowly moving across this ridge. I think they've already had a drink at the dam that we first started off at. But on a day like this, they will move from dam to dam, and there are several on this side of the reserve. But also remember that they're also going to be looking for cover because the wind is starting to pick up. So they're going to move further into the thickets. I can say that the elephant that's playing hide and seek with me next to this bush seems pretty relaxed. He's looked at me a couple of times. I hear him huffing and puffing a little bit, but nothing out of the ordinary. So all is good and we can all relax again, though the wind has picked up. Oh, I really do love sitting with elephants, and it's such a pleasure to be able to share this experience with you live right now. I'm sitting in Kariga watching these elephants and you're watching them with me. So remember to send through your questions and your comments. Ask whatever you like. I love receiving questions from all of you, because not only does it tell me what a curious audience you are and how much you want to learn about animals and the way that they fit in their environment, but it also helps me learn too, because sometimes, for example, the question about stretch marks, I never really thought about it before. And questions from you guys always inspire some kind of additional learning, or just kind of, pique something that maybe I thought about one time or read about and now I want to think about more. So do send through those questions and those comments. Hi, Gendre. You would like to know if elephants ever get noticeable cuts from anything. I have noticed cuts before, but not anything that... I'm assuming you mean from... Okay, let's start with from the bushes that they're constantly moving through. I've seen scratches, not many with like blood coming out of them, but I've seen some that reveal some red bits, but they weren't, oozing blood. So they definitely do get scratches. But, kind of like when we spoke about the stretch mark thing, their skin is well suited to being outdoors for a long, long, long time, exposed to the elephant. I just was about to say exposed to the elephants. Exposed to the elements is what I was meant to say. Excuse me while I laugh at my punny jokes. Their skin is exposed to the elements all the time. And so that means that it's going to be able to recover from cuts a lot quicker, and is probably far more resilient than ours is. Now, I have seen wounds from tusks before. I haven't seen it, like a piercing wound, a puncture wound, sorry. But rather I've seen like a scratch/cut from tusks before. Woohoo! It appears that there's an elephant who is actually looking at us. Wowza, look at that. As much as I love Ellie bums, I like an Ellie face too. Can you see those ripples, those crinkles along the edge of the elephant's ear? That's not just a fashion statement. Those are actually all the different big fat blood vessels that are in their ears. So the skin on their ears, like our own, is very, very thin, both in the front and the back. And big blood vessels with thin skin is a recipe to help the body cool down. The blood vessels are so close to the external environment. It's almost like, and I say this, but it sounds a little bit macabre. Well, not macabre, but it sounds a bit strange. It's almost as if when animals, including ourselves, are very, very hot, it's as if the blood vessels want to escape our body. And so they move to the end, right to the edges, against our skin, to try and collect the coolness from outside the body, the breeze. So that's why maybe when you're feeling very hot, your veins are a little bit more visible. Same thing, they're trying to escape your body. They're not really, they're just trying to move as close to the external environment as possible. Because when they do that, then the blood that's within the blood vessels, just like those on this elephant's ear, that blood can cool down. And then the cooler blood will move through the body to the heart, back out again, into the ears, cooling down, back into the body, to the heart. So it helps the whole cooling process. This herd is so relaxed. I'm going to spend a lot of time with them actually, but for now I'm going to send you over to Andrew in Madikwe. He's got a very tired zebra.
Yes, we do have a very tired zebra that's over here, really in dreamland at the moment, it seems. And we're just gonna watch and see, maybe if it wakes up while we're here. You see a beautiful Cape glossy starling in the front there. Just gonna have a look with binoculars at this beautiful bird. Very pretty birds. There it goes, just on top of the tree there. So here's a good example actually of how you can actually see the stripes of plain zebra, how they reticulate under the belly. Can you see that? So they actually connect at the base of the belly and then starts all over again. And if you look at the mountain zebra, both species, Hartmann and Cape Mountain zebra, which isn't found out here, this doesn't happen. The belly is totally white with the both types of mountain zebras. Shame how the zebra is really enjoying that sleep over there. Only one is lying down at the moment. See that? Everyone else in this harem is standing up and they're watching quite nicely, just keeping their eyes peeled. And within this vicinity, there was a coalition of cheetah found this morning. We've been spending time tracking this cheetah. We just cannot locate because in some areas of where we've been driving, the grass is almost as tall as me. And that's going to be very difficult to spot a cheetah. So I think perhaps we're going to probably give it up. And then maybe this afternoon, we'll have a look at one of the watering holes around here and see if that cheetah doesn't go there and drink, which will be quite nice to watch. Just beautiful with all this red soil.
In a world full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
It's just interesting with this one that's also lying down now on its legs. Have a look at the face, how those stripes are positioned on the face. Very nice, very detailed. They are very beautiful animals, and I think for the most part we do as South Africans, or tend to, or people who spend a lot of time in the bush, tend to take them for granted. And I have noticed when I've taken tourists on safari in the past, whenever they see zebra, they get very excited because it's a very different animal that they only read about in books and so on. And I think for myself, if I had to come on safari for the first time, coming from another country, I think if I had to see a zebra, I would also be very excited. I wonder what Trishala and Alex think, what their opinion is on that. Oh, and Tess. Tess is also out and about. That's quite nice. Very relaxed, very stationary, these zebras. They're usually moving around. They're very active animals, actually. We've just caught them at a time where it's their downtime. This is where they're going to rest for a little bit. We come back here this afternoon. They might very well be in the area, but they're not going to be as stationary. Hi, Ilana. Nice question. I'm sure they do get knotted from time to time. I have seen zebras that do groom their tails and keep the hair nice and straight. So, but I'm sure it does get knotted from time to time. But as I say, yeah, they do a lot of grooming of the tail. It's a very important appendage for them. Oh, look at that one. That's busy rolling there. That's very cool. Much like a horse. After you do a horse ride, and you take your horse back to the stables, and you take the saddle off their back, the first thing they do is that, roll around. And there's the warthogs in the back again. We've seen a fair amount of young warthog on the reserve, the wartlets. And we had them playing around the other day, which was so cute to watch them because they do these little 360 spins, like a little tornado, a warthog tornado. See the red-billed oxpecker that's walking around there, just on that zebra on the right. It's on the leg now. And you see that one going in the ear. So imagine an oxpecker was on your face right now and trying to pick ticks out of your ear. It would be the most uncomfortable feeling. But zebras will leave that ear open for them for a period of time so they can actually try and get some of those ticks. But then eventually it does get a bit annoying for them, like now, and just shake their head and just push them back off into the body. And as quick as it starts, as quick as it goes back to the ear, when that ear gets opened up again, because that's essentially where a lot of ticks might hide, and good place to try and get them out. Just look at the muscle in these zebras. It's incredible, especially this one on the right hand side. Look at the flanks. You can see the definition. Very powerful animals. Imagine a leopard had to move in here and try and hunt one of these foals. The mother mare, she will actually actively try and kill that leopard if that leopard is trying to kill her foal. And she'll get it right. And leopards, they're very respectful of adult zebra. Rather just keep a distance, because zebra, they can do a lot of damage to animals like cheetah, leopard, young lions as well, very young lions. Hello. Nice young warthogs we just mentioned. Here's one over here. Okay, good one. We're going to send you over to Tess now. I believe she's watching some giraffe and she has a couple of surprises for you.
Oddly, and decided, you know what, let's give this a bash. And lo and behold, they were staring at a journey of giraffes, and the giraffes have bolted because the cheetahs tried to chase them. And now the cheetahs are moving. All right, I'm just going to chat on the radio quickly. Standing by. FM, please do. We've got the 3 Madoda Hlosi. Stunning. Somebody's coming to join us. We've literally just found them. And in fact, when we got here, the only view that we had of the cheetahs was through the giraffe's legs. That's how close they were. It's amazing. This is so cool. I can't even believe what we're seeing right now. That is phenomenal. So we've been looking for these 3 all morning. And in fact, we went to the northern section, had a look out, and we went, you know what? We should actually go and check those roads, purely because if I was a cheetah, that's where I'd go. I would come along this section of Amakhala to try and cut past the lions. And that's exactly what they've done. And here come the giraffes back to investigate. The giraffes are not happy with this. And that staring behavior, that's exactly what found us these cheetahs. One. Okay, so there is a pole, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 giraffes, all standing and staring at the cheetahs. And as soon as the giraffes got a little too close, they walked up to the cheetahs. As soon as they got just 2 steps too close, the one cheetah came charging at them, probably just intimidation, not really hunting. And that was just too much. The giraffes backed off, but now they're coming back. This is so cool. Okay, so those 2 have disappeared behind the bush. There's still one cheetah lying down in the shade, and the giraffe is slowly edging forward. So let's just see how this plays out. Now, interesting, where the cheetah ended up here, hello, gorgeous boy, not 200 meters to the right of where we are, the lioness was there this morning. So again, they tried to avoid the lions and ended up super close to them, and the lioness has moved off now. This is just mind-blowing. He's walking very slowly, that one. Got a bit of a limp on the back leg, it looks like. He has had a limp on the back leg, though, since before I got here. But I suppose we do just want to make sure that that's not something fresh. They are going to meet up in that clearing between the 2 bushes. I can see another cheetah coming out. So we're just going to wait and see where they go before we move. And you can see them moving. Stunning. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, Sarah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We've worked hard this morning, so I'm happy it's finally paid off. And we've got some cheetahs to show for it. But how cool to have the giraffes point out the cheetahs. And this is why we always say, don't ignore the plains game. And I must agree with Andrew, that feeds into the zebra conversation. Everyone gets so excited about zebras, but South Africans tend to get very used to them. It's the same with giraffes. People get very used to them. We get very lax. We underappreciate them a lot of the time, and this is one of the reasons why. Not every South African, obviously, but a lot. I can tell you that much from experience. Okay, so they are moving up. We'll have you have a quick glimpse maybe of the giraffes coming back up, and then we're going to have to head forward. See if we can catch up with the cheetahs. And the giraffes are turning, look at that. So what's happened is because the cheetahs have moved off, the giraffes are now happy to say, okay, cool. No longer a threat, we're going to back off a little bit and slowly start carrying on with our day, which is absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Journey of Giraffes, for being so helpful. So helpful. Right, shall we move forward, Morgan? Let's give it a bash. Ha! They were so well hidden, just in the shade where we wouldn't normally be able to see them. If it wasn't for those giraffes, we would never have spotted them. Also, high up on a crest, we were in the valley. We would never have seen them. Okay, wish me luck. I'm going to try and find the cheetahs again. I'll send you back over to Andrew, who's doing some birding, I believe.
No internet.
So, quite high today, as high as they've been. You'll even notice a couple of stalks here in the camel thorn. Really quite cool. Lovely to have this big bull with us. Awesome just to also see how the stalks have spread out and how the dynamic keeps changing throughout the course of today. A little bit closer, probably the extent of how I can, or how far close I can get here. But lovely to see this bull. He is rather impressive. Lovely big tusks. Broken here and there, and a number of the Eddies do have that problem up here. Lack of calcium that sometimes is in their diet leads to that. Same as with the elephant in Madikwe as well. You notice a lot of broken tusks in those areas. But very cool to see. Awesome how the zebra cutting a path through stalks over there. And I'm not too sure if this was the Eddie we saw 2 days or so ago. And a very impressive bull. Of course, having sprayed himself with that all drying, he will become one of the grey ghosts or white ghosts of Etosha. That very concrete kind of sediment that is in the bottom of this waterhole, obviously contributing to that and allowing him to obviously relieve some of that exposure to the sun. Obviously acting as a sunscreen and a layer of protection. Of course, also helping with any ectoparasites that might be present. But mostly as a protection against the sun. Definitely going for the fresher water now. Where he is drinking from currently is exactly where this waterhole is pumped from. So very cool to see. Lovely behavior to watch. And rather fantastic to have this abundance with us right now. So really, really cool. Crows also coming through. That rather soul-shaking audio of theirs. And the zebra also coming back into the fray. Didn't want to be left out, it seems, with regards to the audio. Really, really cool. Lovely to have all of this. Such a contrast to what was here 2 weeks ago. All that rain, not much present. And now, of course, having dried out, the activity really increasing tenfold. So I'm hoping this Ellie sticks around for us. Of course, it is always fun when we do get to see them. They do love this side of the waterhole. And it is rather big, not needing to throw his weight around at all. Everyone will give him a wide berth. He's getting a bit closer to us, so let's just see which direction he moves. And you can see that body size on him, really, really impressive. I did note the other day, the tallest elephant in the world, known to come from this area across north, kind of western Namibia as well, into Damaraland, being a desert elephant. Another number of cool traits that they do have, being able to use that pineal gland of theirs as a water storage as well. And those very long treks that they would have to make. Of course, not having to make too long a trek here in Etosha. So rather fantastic. Very, very cool indeed. And when we will see the first of the breeding herds again, not too sure just yet, but Bull Ellie definitely here. And contrary to popular belief, Bull Ellies can act and have been recorded as acting as the pathfinder for other elephant herds and breeding herds as well, knowing where access to water was. And there was a very famous elephant named Voortrekker. He was a desert elephant, and he was actually kind of the pathfinder for a number of other elephant in that area. And sadly shot because of a falsified problem animal certificate that was issued and then shot by a trophy hunter a couple of years back, around 5 years back, but probably the most famous of the desert elephant. So enjoying some special time with our Ellie bull. A couple of the zebra back down at the water now, and one wildebeest that's also come through. To me, it looks like the water level has dropped even lower with all the action that has come through, and of course this Ellie also consuming vast amounts of water, sometimes up to around 140 liters in a day, but on average around 100. So just interesting to note. Of course, he is rather big, so I would assume over 100 for him. Underdog, very, very apt description there. And it does look like the Okakuya Philharmonic has definitely formed. And I would take the zebra, I think, more as the brass. And it looks like the Adam Storks kind of being the string quartet at the moment. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Perhaps we'll have some other star performances, maybe a guest preview. But lovely to have our conductor, the elephant, right here. Mahal sending through some very cool comment there. His tail looking like a metronome and keeping the beat of the waterhole. I think that's very true. It does look exactly like that. Very peaceful. And I suppose if you were to watch that tail long enough, perhaps rather hypnotizing too. So it really is quite cool, and I'm still fascinated by how many Abm storks are really here. We want to zoom out a little bit and just see how many of them are still in the tree. I haven't seen that before, so it's quite cool that they have actually kind of got onto the crown, and to some degree, some roosting. Lots more springbok coming through, and the zebra parting the rest of those Abm storks here that were on the northwestern side. Hi, Amali. That's a very cool and interesting question, and generally it's the elephant that holds right of way. But with the numbers of zebra we've seen, they kind of have really taken over of late. The springbok get in where they can, and the others kind of make do as they will. But certain others, of course, the tallest, most terrestrial of the terrestrial mammals, the giraffe, they're a lot more skittish and kind of hang back. And there's this much action going on too. But I would think the pecking order probably goes elephant, black rhino, and then goes with stronger numbers. So things like zebra, obviously also rather feisty, gnu as well, the wildebeest, eland when we have seen them about, kudu, and then impala and springbok. Sadly, it looks like our conductor is leaving his post and deciding to mission off, perhaps for grazing or food. Of course, 80% of that day of theirs taken up with exactly that activity. So just at 20% of his day that he had to spare with regards to conducting today's Kuyo Philharmonic. And he's right at the fence line. So let's just see what he's actually up to. I think there's a little bit of graze that he can take on here. And perhaps making do with that. Perhaps being shooed off too. So interesting just to watch this. Let's see how ballsy he might be. Lots of confidence obviously in any bulls. As I said, the conductor leaving his post, and it looks like it is time for us also to head off to Kariega and see what's going on this trip.
The majority of my breeding herd have moved off, But we have this bull who's still chilling with us. Very, very relaxed. I think it was this guy who was in the bushes staring at me earlier. You might notice that he is collared, which is something that is quite common. Not for all elephants, but there may be a elephant at a reserve that's collared, and that's to help researchers understand elephants' movements and so on. So we don't use collars to locate animals as guides, but researchers and reserves are usually the ones that will secure a collar onto animals, particularly those that are the topic of some research or whose movements are particularly interesting. And it offers a lot of insight into, obviously, the movements of animals, and sometimes their habits as well.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Great Eastern Cape landscape. Kariga is absolutely stunning. I really, really enjoy myself here. And now that I've met the breeding herd of elephants, I'm enjoying myself even more. Speaking of, we're going to catch up with them in a moment. And if you've just joined us, as you may have gathered, I've been spending some time with elephants and I've been looking for them for some time. So I'm quite happy, and we've had a whole lot of other animals across our various locations. Madikwe, Amakala here in Kariga, and then we've also gone to the waterholes. Okokoyo has been happening, it seems, but lots of variety. So welcome to Escape to Nature if you've just joined us. think that we're going to have a fantastic time. I already am. Now, the part of the reserve that I'm in at the moment is the western side. Now, I'm not sure, I have no idea where the lions are, but we're going to, after we spend some time with this herd, we'll see how it goes. But they seem to be moving off towards some quite thick areas as the wind has been picking up. But we'll see if we can catch up with them one more time before we maybe try our luck in an area that I know the lions really, really like, and that's an open area called Zebra Plains. Maybe we can catch them there. So the majority of the herd, the breeding herd, have kind of just gone over this grassy bit that I'm showing you at the moment and down into those thickets. I was hoping that we may be able to see the top of a head or a flick of the ear, but it seems not yet. Oh, look at this. Some more elephants have emerged from the dam area. So I might stay put for now, wait for them to come up. I'm going to send you over to Alex, who's having a look at Okokoyo. And I believe last time we were there, there was an orchestra playing.
So the conductor has left his post, but he's come to join us. I think it's kind of like one of those victory laps after winning some award. So very awesome to see this guy right up and close. Clearly enjoying the fence line. Bit of vegetation for him to take in. And with him being so close, you can actually see that tail. And the elephants here noted in the past how they kind of lack that hairy tail. Many other elephants on the continent do have. Probably is something that's area specific, but rather quite cool. And you'll also be able to notice how he sprayed himself just behind his ears with all that mud. So quite cool. As it is starting to dry now, in that lovely light color, this concrete and the silt, allowing him to become the white ghost of Ellie in Etosha. So very cool to see. I think probably getting thirsty again, shooing off the Abum stalks. Another procession of zebra coming down. So it looks like the next installment of the Okokoyo Philharmonic Orchestra is about to begin. So get your seats, charge your drinks, do what you need to, because you may get hypnotized by his metronomic tail again. You'll be able to hear him drink every now and then. They're quite cool. Lovely to see that other procession of zebra coming down, kind of parting through the stalks. A couple of doves calling, a couple of Cape crows, and of course, that bray of zebra. So awesome just to sit here and enjoy the action that is unfolding at Okakuya Waterhole. But of course, if you have just joined us, this is a live and interactive experience. And if you are watching on our app or website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe. Subscribe to Wild Earth so we can notify you of all the other amazing content we have. And be sure not to miss out on any of the other moments you may have missed out on and may wish to catch up on as well. Not lots going on, lots to listen to. The zebra doing the most. Springbok coming through like this. Hoping for some more springbuck. They have been around in good numbers of late. And as I say, that one moves right in front of frame. Little Stott and Pronk going on there. Some athleticism being shown. Of course, also waiting to see if there are any impala in the area. So this Ellie does look like it's starting to get a move on. I think enough drinking for him for the present moment. Let's see if he cuts through the rest of the sea of stalks over here. A couple of oryx just off here. And there is a game path that they do follow. It leads kind of to that thicket that's in front, and then of course the tree line that's in the back. So I'm assuming that's the direction he'll take. We'll have to wait and see. But just fun moments for now. So these Kempsbach, I think, are rather hard to also break their way through the sea of stalks. There's actually quite a few of them. I'm sure we'll see them wading into the waterhole as well. And you actually see how much water has been drained from today too. That water line quite present. It's amazing to see the drop. Of course, it is a rather shallow waterhole. Generally depth that dictates volume with regards to water. So interesting just to note, but rather cool. Lovely scenes though. An awesome setting at the moment. Grace, I would assume something from Elephant Toven. He was the conductor, I'm sure the writer as well. So our composer seeming to want to move off. He's looking to be rather relaxed and I think to some degree probably having a little bit of a snooze. Looks like some more water needed. I'm sure with it being very fresh there, I'm going to be enjoying the many liters that his trunk can hold. One more wildebeest making his way down there. And it's quite interesting to see a path that has kind of formed for the zebra now to make their way down. Gemsbok also slowly inching their way forward. I'm sure once they have a path, they'll also be wading into the water. So still just enjoying some time with one of the Okuyo Ellies. Lovely to see them now that they are in the area. Nice to see all the other action going on. Also just great just to see how the numbers change and how everything kind of comes down and then moves off again. So lots of action to just sit back and just enjoy. So slowly making a beeline towards the thicket as thought. And what we will do, because we've got a good number, third of Gemsbok that have joined us, spend some time with them. Awesome to see them as well. Good numbers coming through right now. Very intimidating with those horns. Lovely long straight horns. Although I've seen a number of them with some kind of deformity really. Generally just one in front of the other, or kind of misplaced in terms of how linear they generally look. But very, very cool. So our composer and conductor has left the scene, and the Gemsbok has taken over the center of the waterhole right now. So lovely kind of coliseum of storks watching down on the Gemsbok right now. So great to see them. They are kind of like Gemsbok gladiator, or antelope gladiators really. Very interesting horn structure, as I did say. Of course, very imposing and very dangerous too. A number of hunters have been killed by them, as well as predators too. Maybe anything going for calves, or perhaps even some of the older ones. being able to use those horns to protect themselves. So lots going on. Gemsbok also slowly starting to move away. Springbok also coming through in good numbers, and the elephant walking off in the distance there. It looks like the pathway for the zebra kind of getting closed off for the moment. I'm sure they'll bust their way through once again. We'll just have to wait and see how that all works, but very cool to watch. Nice scenes, lots of action. So we've had a very special time once again here in Okakuyo. It's time for us to check in again with Tishala and see what's going on in Kruger.
I am doing well. I am now back at the dam because I saw two stray young bulls that were milling around. Looked like they wanted to come down here, so I thought let's stop and have a look at our sacred ibises and our black-headed herons. This is obviously the patch where this is like their salon. Everyone's come to this spot to have a good clean off their of their feathers, maybe flutter their gula a little bit like that heron was doing. And right there, square in the middle, is a terrapin. It looks like it's the king of this castle. Look how carefully all the birds are pulling those feathers. By doing that, they can realign all those barbs and barbules on their feathers. So each feather has barbs and barbules, and they are equipped with little hooks that help them to stay together, to create a kind of solid surface without any tears or breaks in them. Otherwise, they will just escape through those. So their beaks are not just perfect for whatever their diet is, but it's also perfect for cleaning and realigning those feathers. So, for example, seed-eating birds have really very stout beaks, solid, robust, short beaks that are very good for breaking through seeds and holding on to seeds. But for example, the heron, it's going to be fishing and basically going after anything that's in this aquatic vicinity here. And the ibises are going to be trying to pull out worms and things like that from the ground, arthropods. So all of those birds, whether they're fishing, whether they are insect eaters, whether they're seed eaters, they all have quite different looking beaks. And well adapted, well suited beaks to those diets, but their beaks need to also be suitable to realign their feathers and clean themselves. And here we can see that the ibises are very capable of reaching the feathers that they need to keep them in good shape. Even though it looks like their beaks are just specifically designed for their kind of feeding, poking into the ground and pulling things. And they're so careful. It's hard to imagine that they would be able to get every feather and fix every feather in this way, but they do. And you might even see them dip their beaks into the water and then pull their beaks back out and then go for their feathers again. That's also important because water is going to flush out and drown any parasites. The water itself is not helping it realign the feathers. That is done through the movement of the beak and hooking the hooks on those barbs and barbules. The water may help as a kind of like a lubricant in a way, but also water has good adhesion properties. So it could help to just hold things together while they do the hooks up. But they would use preening oil to treat any feathers. That would be from their preanal gland. Oh, terrapin, you want some action too? What are you gonna do? This is quite a good sized terrapin, I must say. Looks like he slipped a little bit. Slipping is one of the modes of transport of a terrapin. They walk to whatever edge and they just kind of slip in. Hi Picasso. You say that you're loving these birds and you like listening to me too. Oh, thank you very, very much. I love spending time out here and watching things and being curious about things, and if I can share that with all of you, then that makes me happy. Here I get to share the sights, show you what I like with the camera, and then also get to talk to you and hopefully inspire some curiosity. Oh, look at the movement of the neck of that black-headed heron, how easily it's able to kind of contort that neck. It almost looks like it's making an infinity sign with its neck as it touches its body. Gosh, that's some flexibility right there. Even their necks would have to be well suited. Well, you know, it's everything working together. The neck, the flexibility of the neck, the length of the neck, the length of the beak, the shape of the beak, the shape of the body and length of the body, all those things have been refined over such a long evolutionary time. To result in what we see right now. Effective cleaning. Is that ibis having a go at the terrapin? I think it might be. That terrapin is way out of your league, Sacred Ibis. Yep, it's having a go at it. Soon that terrapin is going to dunk back into the water. So obviously a terrapin has a carapace. This is insane. Also, it has a protective covering. Its shell, obviously, it can pull itself into its carapace and its plastron. Oh, almost went for its head there. It can do that for protection, but there it goes, slipping back into the water because this ibis is just not. And look at it, the ibis is still probing the water. That terrapin is the size of your body, ibis. What are you even thinking? Well, I guess when you see a juicy leg sticking out, you can't help but have a go at it. Unfortunately, just as I said, unfortunately, an elephant popped through its face, and it's gone behind a bush again. I hope that the other two will come down. This is an interesting sounding bird. It's not one I've heard before. I wonder if you can hear that. I'm gonna spend some time figuring out what bird that is. It's the first time I've heard it, and it's a beautiful call. Move around. Everybody looks like they're having a great time. Huh. This is a very peaceful last few minutes spent with these birds. I think I'm gonna wait for a little bit longer, but for now let me send you over to Tess. She's gone to some spotty friends.
The best kind of spotty friends on this side, Trish. We found the cheetahs again. Well, actually, Eric found the cheetahs for us. We drove right past them because they are lying very flat under a bush in the shade, and apparently Morgan and I are incapable of using our eyes today. So that's totally fine. At least Eric managed to find them, and he called us back quickly to say, okay, they're here, they're here. But they have moved quite a distance from where we had them earlier with the giraffes. I think they just got a bit spooked, and they decided once the giraffes had chased them off, they decided let's just move into the valley rather. And this looks like a pretty good spot to relax for the rest of the day. You will hear that there is another vehicle in the sighting with us. They are loving the cheetah sighting as well. It is just brilliant to catch up with the three boys, and let me tell you, they are looking fantastic. They really, really do. They don't have any form of marks on them or anything like that, so I think they managed to avoid the lions just fine. And now we're very close to where the lioness was this morning, so I'm quite surprised that these three cheetah boys have not picked up on the scent of the lions, considering the lions were here. Maybe they just know she's not here anymore, instinctually. It looks like for the most part they still need to eat. They looked very empty-bellied when we saw them. And lying down like this, it is quite tough to tell, but I'm very grateful we got to see them up for at least a little bit because their overall condition is looking great. The one that was limping is still limping. There's another one with a slight limp as well. And I suppose if you have been lying down for a bit, any form of limp is going to be a bit accentuated when you initially get up. You got to stretch it a bit and use it, and then it feels normal again. So for now they look quite happy. But I really would like to see them have another decent meal. We haven't seen them on a kill in a while. So they definitely need it, and I'm sure they need some water as well. It is very hot. Oh, Jackson, I'd love to say that they've learned their lesson and won't go for warthogs, but they had a go at warthogs. Not a proper one like we saw the other day, but fairly recently they had a chase at some warthogs as well. And I mean, to be fair, they've just chased giraffes, so I don't think they've learned their lesson. I really don't. Hello, boy. You're looking back this way to see what the movement's about. Hey? The one that's busy grooming at the moment, with his ear flicking. He was looking back at us. So it's quite an obscure view, but this is a pretty section. It's almost a mix between tropical thickets and dune forest. You can see the soil is very, very sandy. Beautiful. Everyone is loving being close to the cheetahs. So I don't think these boys are going to be moving anytime soon. I really think that, especially now that they found a nice thicket, and it's, if they need to get away from giraffes or any other animals, it's nice and thick for them to hide. But also being close to water, they'll probably stick around here until something presents itself again for them to chase, because they are hungry. And then I think for the rest of it, they'll just be sleeping. Absolutely gorgeous. Unfortunately, we can't see all three of them together at the same time. It's just a bunch of spots in the shade and then the ears flicking. But again, patience pants are what it's all about, and that's what escaping to nature is about too. Sitting and waiting and just seeing what they actually get up to in those longer windows of their lives. You can see there's a light breeze as well, just blowing the grasses and the shrubbery. So that's going to be breezing over them, literally, and keeping them cool. Samantha, they look so relaxed. I think especially in this kind of soil, it's nice and soft and cushiony and sandy. So it's very comfortable. I could definitely take a nap under that tree. The best nap I've ever had in my life was out in the bush, under a tree on some nice soft vegetation. But it certainly looks very, very good. And they're such beautiful boys, you can't not enjoy time spent with them. With the heat getting more, you can almost see, if you have a look in front of all the vegetation, look for little flits of movement flying around. Those are all flies and other insects. Lots of little what we call muggies here, or small flies. And it's definitely showing how hot it's getting. It's up on the crest. So those flies are going to be bothering the cheetahs throughout the day. And then heat waves as well, they've got to be careful of. They're going to have to try and stick to that shade as it moves. But remember, we are live and interactive, so if you do want to send in any questions for us or let us know anything you'd like us to chat about, anything you may be hoping to see still, please do let us know. If you're watching on the app or on the website, you can register, and that'll allow you to ask us questions. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can hit the subscribe button, and that way we can remind you of all the amazing content you don't want to miss out on. But you do need to register to ask questions. Hello, boy. Are you rolling over? Are you getting hot? Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. I didn't even see the other one there. I didn't know there was one literally at his back. Oh, no way. So they're all lying one by one there. That is adorable. That is absolutely adorable. You see, slowly waking up. Very normal for them to change position like that from side to side, just to have a bit of a breath of fresh air on the side that's been in contact with the warm sand. That'll allow them to cool down nicely. But they just look so pretty. And especially, I think, in the sand that they've chosen, in that bit of mottled patch of shade, their coats are quite reddish gold, so it blends in beautifully with that soil. So we're just going to spend the next little while sitting, watching, just to see what they decide to do. If they move, they might have to, or at least the one might have to reposition at some point, because he is definitely starting to get exposed to the sun towards his belly and his feet, which are hiding behind the bush on the left. So maybe he'll have to come into the middle of the thicket, in which case he'll get up and walk towards us or over his brothers to get into the middle of that thicket. It looks like they've chosen a pretty good stand of milkwoods, which is a decent amount of shade at least when the sun is directly above it. A bit more challenging when it's coming from the side. So as the day goes on, they're going to have to move just to keep up. You can see the ears flicking, so they're definitely awake. As usual, asleep but awake, resting but alert. The perfect combination of survival. Survival skills to the max. Everyone's been searching for the cheetahs all day. People were really happy when we found them just now. It's actually funny. So there's so many crests here at Amakhala that wherever you are, there's always a higher viewpoint where someone can see you at some point. And as we saw the giraffes and started driving towards them and then spotted the cheetahs, somebody was up on one of the crests and said, "Oh, hey, Wild Earth, can we come and join you with those giraffes? What's happening there?" Because as we said it, the giraffes started moving away from the cheetah and they saw that and they went, oh my goodness, we definitely want to get in on that action. What's happening? So as we were finding the cheetah, someone had noticed us driving up to the giraffes. Oh, pretty boys are looking lazy. I can't blame them. It is so hot in the sun. We've had to remove all the layers, add extra layers of sunblock, and drink extra water because it's gotten so hot so quickly. So you can imagine how these cheetahs are feeling. At least they've got the shade and the breeze though. Look at that, just little movements. Just making sure that they're not missing anything. You can hear some of the birds calling, some butterflies flitting in and out. A beautiful hot day to be spending some time with the cheetah boys, the three amigos. Oh, hello. A little glimpse, there you go, some movement. They're alive. Morgan got so excited, that was very cute. No, we don't have much anymore, actually. Everyone's hiding again. Oh, there you go. That looks like the one with the collar. So he's the one with a bit of a limp. Busy grooming. And down. So it is a great opportunity if you are the one that is going to stay awake of the three. It's a great opportunity to catch up on some personal hygiene and maintenance. Always good. You've got to keep yourself going and in check. Make sure you're always able to perform at your top abilities. And part of that is making sure your coat is clean, your claws are clean and ready to go. And of course that your face is clean. Hey, lazy boys. Hi, boys. Stretching out. Darcy Miller, there has in fact been an update on Phumelela and the cubs. So if any of you don't know who Phumelela and the cubs are, they are the other 3 cheetahs that you'll find on Amakhala. They are, however, in the northern section of Amakhala, so quite far from where we are. And those cubs are actually now sub-adults. They're just over a year and a half, or about a year and a half old. And she's actually started leaving them recently, Darcy Miller. So she's been moving off from them for a couple of days and then coming back and moving off again and coming back. And actually we thought that they had split last week, and then she was found with them again about 3 days ago. So she's definitely in that stage now where she's starting to push them a little bit, and they're starting to adventure more on their own, and they should be fully independent sometime soon. So what will happen is, because the 2 sub-adults are a male and a female, they will split. They won't stay together. So Phumelela and her daughter will probably stay in the area, and I would imagine that the young male would move out of that area. He would maybe disperse. But it's amazing to know that they are at that age now. She's done an exceptional job to get cheetah cubs to sub-adult and almost independent. But it's quite exciting. I haven't seen them in, a long time. A very long time, a couple of weeks. They really are beautiful. They look very similar to these 3. The sub-adults, because they're a similar age. These 3 are just on 20 months to 21 months old, somewhere there. So just under 2 years, and Phumulela's sub-adults are just over a year and a half old now. So very similar. Oh, it's so nice and quiet. Lucky us, we have them all to ourselves now. Let's just have a listen. There's so many beautiful calls. Oh, that was a nice yawn. Oh, they've chosen such a good spot for a nap. This is gorgeous. In all seriousness, driving past here now, there is no way you would spot those cheetahs unless they woke up and moved. And in fact, the only reason Eric spotted them was because mouse birds gave them away. Oh, I didn't get that question. Something about water?
Carla, I think. Do cheetahs go into water?
Ah, thank you. Carla, thank you very much for your question. So cheetahs are not fans of water at all. They will venture in if they absolutely need to, but they really do kind of protest it actively if they have to go more than ankle deep. And even then, it's a tall ask for a cheetah. They do not like water. So when these 3 cheetahs crossed the tunnel was probably about ankle deep for them, and it took them a solid few days of building up the courage to actually do it. And then the other day, when we were on our way back home, we have to go through the tunnel to get home, and as we got to the entrance of the tunnel, these 3 were there, and again debating whether they should go through or not, and they chose not to. They chose to stay. So they really, really, really don't like water. If you don't know what I mean when I'm talking about the tunnel, there is an actual tunnel that connects the northern and southern parts of the property here in the main reserve of Amakhala. And the animals can move freely through that. And that's where they came from. They were in the northern section, close to where Morgan and I live. And then they came down through the tunnel, through some water that really was not very pleasant for them. But they really don't like it. Oh, For a brief moment there, I saw some heads moving. Wow, they are beautiful. My goodness gracious me. I could spend all day with these three, I'm telling you. All day. They are just so calm. And then all of a sudden they break that calm and there's just chaos because they're going for things way above their hunting range, their normal hunting range. Prey range, that's what I was looking for. Such beautiful boys. Now with this level of camouflage and this level of comfort, I would not move if I was a cheetah. I would move if you paid me while I was sitting like that. On such a hot day, it's perfect to do nothing. Hey boy, what did you hear? Wow, look at him. They've heard something. So because there's a water hole close by and it's getting hot, I'm sure you can all imagine, warthogs are going to be coming through to mud wallow, zebras and giraffes and impalas are going to be coming through to drink. Everything is going to come down to this valley that's in the immediate area. That'll include even things like eland. So they will have ample opportunity to have other animals come past them. Whether or not they'll choose to act on that is a different story, but based on the history of these three, they will. They'll go for anything that moves in this area at this point. Oh, he's looking straight at us. Hello, pretty boy. I did speak too soon. I jinxed it and now he's turned away from us. Doesn't want to be famous today. Nope. No paparazzi. So obviously whatever they heard wasn't quite enticing enough. Their heads are still up, but they're not sitting upright with body positioning. They're still looking very relaxed. So if it was something incredibly interesting, they would have sat up. Oh, wow. Look at him go. He's gorgeous.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
So the flies are definitely coming out in force now. Oh, and the cheetahs have gone to have a nap. A proper nap this time. They're not even lifting their heads now. So this is going to be the time where they really actually catch up on some of that lightweight REM sleep. So I'm saying lightweight and REM sleep in the same sentence, which seems a bit confusing, but when cheetahs go into a deep sleep, it's still a light sleep. They're sleeping enough to feed their brains and give that REM cycle a bit of a chance to set in. So REM is rapid eye movement. It's the same phase where we would have deep sleep and potentially dream. It's where your memories get stored properly in your brain. It's where dreams are made up from your memories and from anything you've experienced. It's where your actual memory bank expands, so your memory ability improves. It's a very important stage, but it's very refreshing for your body. It allows your body to reset. And for cats in particular, the big cats and animals out here, REM sleep is not like we would have a solid 8-hour nap and 3 hours in the middle of your REM sleep. They can't do that. So theirs is very short, sharp bursts of deep sleep, but they're still awake and aware enough, somehow, to hear things coming. But I suppose to an extent humans are like that as well. You might notice if something moves in your room while you're in a deep sleep. You might notice if your phone starts ringing or something like that, although we are much more in tune to technology. So that would get our attention. But they have to do it in these short, sharp bursts, and this is a good time because everything else is going to be inactive as well. It's too hot. Not as good at it as lions, but at least they're getting some of that good rest in now. Such a good napping spot. I think we'll give it another few minutes here just to see if the cheetahs do decide to get up and move, but I'm fairly sure they've settled for the day. But great to catch up with them. For now, we'll send you over to Trish in a Kariga, who is still with some elephants.
The hope of movement from cats in the heat of the day. Well, it can happen. Yeah, I've been very lucky. I'm still at Gora Dam. So that's the dam that we have been sitting at. And here we have an elephant has finally emerged. How wonderful. Anyway, if this is the first time today that you're joining us, you've just decided to switch on Escape to Nature just as a truck comes past. And you're wondering, what have we seen so far? Well, I've been spending time with the elephants here in Kariga, as well as some sacred ibis and some black-headed herons. But in Amakhala, Tess has been spending time with some cheetah. And then, of course, Alex is moving all about the different water holes, and he's been having a great time with various animals. So thank you for joining us if you're jumping on late. It's not a problem at all because we have some wonderful animals too. This Ellie Bull is quite interested in me. He's looked at me a couple times, but nothing alarming, no aggression, no display of how tough he is, nothing like that. He's just curious, trying to figure out, what is this girl doing? Is she part of this van? Is she not? I don't know. I'm just gonna keep on eating this really succulent grass. Yes, you go. Now, during the summer, when there's a lot more rain and grass is growing nice and green and fresh, elephants will eat a lot of it. But otherwise, they would prefer to browse. Hello, my boy. See, he's quite interested in me. Can you see that he is moving his trunk around, but not really picking any grass? No, he's not sure about me. It's me. He already met me. He can smell me as well. Can you see that there's some build-up around his eyes? That's just dust and sand and fluid from the eye. That's all collected near the tear duct, or where his tear duct would be, because elephants don't have tear ducts like us. So for us, when our eyes water a regular amount to lubricate our eye, then the additional fluid gets collected in our tear duct and a gland nearby. But for him, he doesn't have that gland to collect excess fluid. Hello, my boy. Boy, I know you're beautiful and you want to come say hi to everybody. He's fairly relaxed. He's just being a little bit, just a little extra curious now that he's gotten closer to me. This is the best kind of elephant interaction, because I've been parked here for a long time, so he knows that I'm here. He's been hearing me. He knows that I'm not hiding like a predator. And so he's only coming close because he's interested. He's not approaching with aggression. Here you can see the build-up of his eye quite a lot. Fiona, you say he is so beautiful up close. He really is. I mean, he's beautiful from afar too, but up close we really get a good idea. Oh, did you hear that? He went, oh. I'm going to keep on talking to him because I want him to know that I am not a threat to him, but I'm also very, very aware of the fact that he is in must. I can smell him, but apart from that, and if you are a little bit squeamish, perhaps you'd like to look away. I'm not sure if you can see, but his penis sheath is dribbling with urine a little bit and is also green. Okay, boy. Now, do you remember me mentioning earlier about sometimes they'll fake?
So lots going on here still. The Adam storks are ever present and ever abundant all over the show right now. The zebra still coming down in their droves, and of course the springbok really joining the fray. Not too much else going on, and the waterhole kind of being depleted by all this action. Really drops kind of meter by meter by day at the moment. So lots to see. I'm just waiting to see how the zebra go about their drinking. But the odd little stot and pronk, and of course many zebras still waiting to get their way down here. So it looks like everyone kind of holding off. The storks doing their best to control the waterhole at the moment. And quite interesting that with this number of them, I haven't really seen any predators about. I mean, we did have a jackal around earlier, but caracal or jackal trying to take any of them out. Could be an interesting thing to see, no doubt. But you do assume that with vast numbers of certain animals or birds, that there then would be something thinking of a meal there. Perhaps even a bird of prey. Around 2 weeks ago, I think when we first started to see them, we did have a tawny eagle that landed in amongst them, and that definitely set the cat amongst the pigeons. And these very tall stalk pigeon things did fly off then, and did rather a large fright. But nothing to write home about just yet with regards to that. Interesting just to keep a tab on it all. A couple kind of looking for insects, any other invertebrate that might be around for some lunch. The others enjoying a drink, a bathe, and a preen. So the storks have definitely won the day today. Zebra not being able to overtake them. Of course, they are able to cut their way through in a lovely path when they do form some form of number. But this real inventory of the storks at the moment definitely overriding and overwhelming everyone here at Okakuya today. Amazingly, one or two of the springbok have also made it through. but also managing to wade on in. However, as we said, the water level definitely being depleted and not as deep as what it once was. But also time for us to head across to Andrew and Rian and see what's going on in Madikwe.
Okay, so we've made our way a little bit south from where we were a little bit earlier on, and we've come across such a beautiful family group of elephant. Most of the members have moved off into the bush now, but this one decided to stick around, and it's turning out to be such a lovely sighting. Been watching it throw up the grass on the head. Right now it's got grass in the mouth and traveling with that grass in the mouth, which is also quite cool. Well, seems like this one wants to come closer.
Andrew, sir.
Sorry, just turn this down. There we go. It's still a fairly young elephant, this one over here. Might just loop around us here. And there's so much grass here that's growing, and this is such a nice area. We've seen elephants here pretty much every day, actually. Beautiful, just beautiful. It's a young cow, this one. And she's really keeping an eye on us, as you can see. Okay, we do have a pole coming up there. We apologize about that. So if you actually have a look, can you see the forehead? Ah, there, the forehead goes in the bush now. Maybe it's going to pop out. But with elephant cows, the forehead, or forehead, depending on how you want to pronounce it, is very square in shape, whereas the bulls, they've got very rounded foreheads with these pits on the side of the forehead as well. There we go. Look how it just really disappears when it goes in there. Just like that. Gone, hey? So she's doing one massive horseshoe around us. Seems like she wants to come up behind us now. But she's fine and we're okay here. Just amazing. You just can't really see that there was an elephant that actually moved in there. Now these thorn trees are not very, very tall, but they are thick. And that's how elephants and other big animals are able to hide. So you can imagine a buffalo and things like that. If they had to step in there, they're gone. And that's a prime reason why you should never walk in very densely populated areas of plants. Because if you come around a plant and you surprise an animal, that's sort of your worst case scenario. Okay, this looks like she's gone now. That's beautiful. And look at the bushveld out here. It's very different to what you might be used to in Djuma or Pridelands. Okay, so our elephant has disappeared, but I believe Trishala still has an elephant, so let's go have a look there.
Hooray! Everyone made it out unscathed. Now I just thought that, so this is him here, moving off into the distance. He did get quite close. But he didn't give me a head shake or anything like that. But it's always better to be safe. And so I'm not sure how much you caught before you left me, but I was explaining that in a situation like that, it's really important to stay calm and to be hyper aware of the animal's body language, because an animal will tell you, will give you cues and signs before aggression, especially if you can see that animal for some time and they can see you for some time. So in the case of him, I was parked here the whole time and he was able to see me. He approached, at which point moving for me would have just caused him to react, and that's not what we wanted. So we just remained calm, spoke to him, sometimes a little bit firmly, and all was good. He just wanted to feed, of course, next to the vehicle, because all the other grass was just not good enough. And then he went past and down to the dam to have a bit of a mud bathe. Mud bathe. There we go. So all is good. Now I wonder, I think this guy will come down as well, although I'm sure this bull in front of us, I think it's his second visit down to the dam. And of course, elephants are very water dependent, so they will bathe and drink as much as possible. There's that jig There's that jig that just threw the impala off and caused them to scatter. He's now trying to figure out how he's gonna get down. You can see that he's quite excited about the whole situation. Look at the swinging leg. All things that indicate some kind of contemplation. Which direction should I go in? Am I going to make it down here without toppling over into the dam? That kind of thing. What are you gonna do, mister? Sounds like he's listening to something. When elephants go silent like this, it's as if they're listening to other elephants that are communicating infrasonically with him. Oh. He's feeling a little bit excitable. It might be linked to the fact that the other elephant bull that was very close to us moved past him, and they were also chatting to each other in some way or the other. So he is feeling, look at that, feeling a little bit excited. You can make it down. Made it. Ooh, went a little too far. There we go. We've had such a beautiful show. Absolutely stunning. If you didn't manage to catch all of it, maybe you weren't able to watch, just joined us, you of course can watch the highlights and the best bits of the show, of the safaris as well as of Escape to Nature. You just have to download our app and watch the highlights. Which, trust me, for this show you might want to, because we've had some fantastic sightings. You can have a slightly closer look at him as he drinks. I love an elephant drinking. Such a happy moment, so beautiful. We've had such a fantastic escape to nature. I hope that you all enjoyed it. I certainly did. And I'm so glad that I got to see the elephants, meet the elephants of Kariga finally. Well, thank you everybody, it's that time. Thank you for your questions and your comments. We'll see you again soon.